All right. So, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Ẹkáàsán Olekan Comrade. Ẹkáàsán Jedadalewa. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Ekrole. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Lovely Friday evening. Thank God it's Friday, they say. TGI, yeah. Gonna have a great time together. Trying to check something. It's been an interesting week. Lots of deadlines, but we're good. Ifeanyi Chuku, how are you? How's your dad? How is your daddy? Some of you make me laugh. Oh boy. Yeah, good to be here. Thank you very much for being here. Just want to be sure we're good on the other platforms. YouTube, please. Okay, 1 second, please. Just to check every platform. All right. America fi Iran ṣẹ́wọ́. Mo fẹ́ ní iyọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ níbo náà pa wọ́n ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá size in the comment section. Oh dear. So if you're on YouTube, please like the live and share. If you're on TikTok here, please let's click on let's power tap. That's the word. Please power tap on TikTok and kindly click on the heart icon above my head. One point to my finger now. Please click on it. And if you're not a member of the team, please join. If you're already a member, kindly drop a heart me. Thank you very much. We're gonna have a great time today, and we're gonna hopefully end this series today. Next week we'll probably take a break for a day, and then we'll get into a new series on the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. Right, that would be sometime next week. But for today, we're gonna have, my plan really is that we end this series today, but we'll see how we go with that. How Nigeria's first republic ended. This is part 7, and we'll be looking at the book by Joe Shagari, Beckon to Serve. But before we get into all of that, let's discuss the news for today. A few days ago, let's put some things together. Now, one of the trending topics we've had this week, and we talked about it on Wednesday, is that event involving the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, and the army, the military personnel. So we had a conversation the other day. Anyway, his spokesperson was on TV, I think it was yesterday, to explain his side of the story, and I think it's imperative that we listen to that, so that we know exactly what's happening on all sides. So let's start by listening to Mr. Leary, and then 1 second, and then from then we will listen to the man himself, Nyesom Wike. But please be on TikTok. Let's keep our tapping. Thank you for 5.2k likes. Let's get it up. Let's push it up. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share. If you're on Facebook, thank you very much for joining us. Please like and share. Very soon we're going to add Twitter, maybe in the next 5 or 10 minutes. This thing should be done by then. All right, we're going to add that later. But for now, please, let's power tap, let's share, let's try and get this to the FYP and have the algorithm on all platforms recommend the live stream to others. Good evening, Mr. Rotimi Karade Shedalalewa. Awesome. So let's start with Mr. Larry Olayinka, who is the SSA Publicity and Communications to the FCT Minister. He was on channels and he had this to say. Take a listen, please.
Back to how we got to that level. That particular land was allocated to a company in 2007, Santos Estate Limited, for park and recreation. Let me say this again. Allocated in 2007 for park and recreation. The company did not do anything on the land because that place is a parkway, it's a walkway, it's a road corridor. You don't build there. Then in 2022, the company wrote to the FCTA, the minister, oh, I want approval from you to convert the purpose to commercial. From park to build park. You know what park is and recreation term. Not permanent structures. Probably in anticipation of the minister's approval for conversion. The man decided to partition the land, a land allocated to him for park and recreation. He now partitioned the land and sold to people, including the former chief of naval staff. And that is why I want to say here that the former chief of naval staff was scammed. He was scammed. And he has realized that he was scammed. Instead of him to now come out and seek help, he resorted to use military might. Now, in 2022, the minister of FCT declined that request, did not grant the request for change of land use made by that company. That was where it ended. But he had already sold the land to people, probably giving them impression that the land use will change. Wike was not the minister then.
In 2022.
2022, Wike was not the minister. Now, after selling land allocated to you for park and recreation, for people to build house, who should the former chief of naval staff go and hold? The person who scammed him or the government? He chose not to hold the person who scammed him, the company who scammed him. Now again, that particular portion has now been redesignated for the purpose of, if you know Abuja very well, you know how Babushi is. That is where you have Ministry of Works, Environment. That portion of the land, that parkway, is for public buildings and corporate buildings, not residential. Meaning that you cannot build residential house there. That is one. So as of today, Vice Admiral Gambo does not have a document, a title document, showing that he owns the land. He does not own the land. Now, assuming but not considering that he has title documents and he owns the land, before you begin development of a land, there are processes you must pass through. One of such processes is to have a building plan. Building plan showing what you want to put on the land. And you take your building plan to the development control. See, you take your building plan to development control. The question Nigerians should ask Vice Admiral Gambo is, did he take the building plan on that land to development control, and the development control approve the building plan? So this is the letter. Let's go.
All right, that was the SSA to the Minister of FCT. His name is Mr. Larry Olayinka, speaking about what happened and the issue itself, which has to do with the land and the purpose of the land according to the designation of the Federal Capital Territory. But he has spoken for his principal, but I think we should listen to the principal himself. Here is the Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, he had a press release. This is actually more than a press release, more like a press conference on this matter. Please take a listen to the man.
Government officials have been attacked. Government officials have been beaten up. Government officials to the level of directorship. Then I'm sitting in my office doing what? How will such officials carry out their functions again when they know they are their principal or their not as private individuals, as government officials? So many people have had problems. Chief Olusegun Passenger, former general, former head of state, former president, he will call me on phone. Minister, I do go there, this problem of land here, please carry. I will solve the problem. That is former head of state too. Former elected president. We have the courtesy of calling the minister. Look, I have this problem, I have this problem. See how you can look into it. General Tiwadanjuma would call you. Look, there is this. These are people who, they're all retired generals. These are people who cause discipline. They didn't bother because they were former chief of officer. They were former president. They never sent soldiers. They never sent anybody to go and attack anybody. They just call you. And respect the gas, respect. I have to respect. And I'll tell them, sir, don't worry. I will sort out and I will do. I won't even talk about other people who are highly placed. They will come to you. Mr. Minister, maybe we didn't know of this. If we knew, we would have done it like this. When a serving Major General attacked the development control, I wrote a letter. The President Chief of Defense Staff was Chief of Army Staff then. I wrote a letter, sir. Because that is a serving military officer. That if anything goes wrong, he's still under the authority, under the control of the military. When I came on board, before them, President Jonathan had awarded a contract to develop another city, which was close to the military, but awarded the contract, not me. A Federal Council presided over by the CNC awarded. I wrote a letter. We met. The late Chief of Army Staff, Alabangi, was there. The former Chief of Defense Staff was there. These same ministers of defense, they were all there. We all met. I said, look, it is not good, this government and government. I mean, it's not, let's see how we can resolve this matter. I never one day, I respect institutions. And I know what it takes. Even as a governor, nobody no governor will say that they supported the military down more than me. So I know. But how do you see a private individual knowing fully well that you are against the law? It is not military versus government. No. If it was military, I would have written to them that, look, military, why are you doing this? This is a private individual. Land was not allocated to him. Land was allocated to a company called Santos In 2007, for parks and recreation. They applied to the former minister for change of use. The minister refused. The man went, started selling land. Maybe the former chief staff fell into their scam, sold. This government property. It's not your property. If government officials came to say, look, what are you doing here now? This is not, government has sat under the ministerial committee and taken back every land under parks and even under secretariat, because we felt that there are a lot of delays, suits, litigations. We said, no, we won't continue with that. You send this to start beating government officials. Not private, but government officials, beating them. Senior government officials, you were beaten. You couldn't even say, okay, let me get to the minister. See how he can help us, No, not to that. Simply because you had a relationship with the military. And government cannot enforce laws because you are attached or you had a relationship with a particular institution, or you come from a particular place. Who does that? Who does such a thing? How will this country progress?
All right. I know that was long, but I've wanted us to listen to the old stuff, because one of the things I've noticed with social media is people caught with media generally, because one happened in the UK the other day. People will caught a bit of it and then they'll push that narrative. I mean, I think what I said 2 days ago is the same thing I'm going to say. Converting the land to another purpose apart from that which it was designated for was wrong. UK should have called in the fool. They should settle it and let everybody rest. And military should understand the fact that this is civilian era. This is not a time where we say power, might is right. Might is not always right. It's a civilian government. We never go back to the days of, military in Nigeria. And the military, they're important, but they have their own purpose, right? And want it to be that way. May God bless Nigeria. All right. So a few news items before I play a couple more videos and then we'll get into the topic. Senior lawyers weighing on Wiki's clash with naval officer over Abuja land dispute. I'm reading from Premium Times. Two senior advocates of the Nigeria Sands, Femi Falana and Sebastian Hon, have weighed in on the recent public clash between Nyesom Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, and a naval officer in Abuja. The dispute centered on the plot in the Gadoa district where armed naval personnel led by a commissioned junior officer A.M. Yerima were stationed. Let me just go straight to what they said. Falana's mixed reaction. Speaking at an event at the University of Abuja on Thursday, Mr. Falana criticized both the minister's public outburst and the conduct of the military officers. He said no public official has the right to insult any Nigerian, urging President Bola Tinubu to direct Mr. Wike to apologize. Quote, the president must direct the minister to apologize. That is what is done in civilized societies, unquote. He said, recalling a similar incident in Ghana where a deputy minister was compelled to withdraw offensive remarks. Mr. Falana, however, faulted the obstruction of the minister, saying the officers acted beyond their powers. He cited Section 11 of the Land Use Act, which authorizes governors and the FCT minister to enter, inspect, and manage land within their jurisdiction. The minister was performing his statutory duty. Any occupier of land must allow the minister or governor to enter and inspect the property, he said. He stressed that the proper remedy, if Mr. Wike felt obstructed, would have been to seek redress through legal channels, not through confrontation. Mr. Falana also dismissed suggestions that insulting a uniformed officer constituted a national security threat. All right. I laughed because some people, were, making a case out of that. Okay, so this is on. In a separate statement on Facebook on Wednesday, Mr. On said the naval officer's action was unconstitutional, arguing that no military regulation permits the deployment of soldiers to guard a private construction site on behalf of a retired officer. He said the Supreme Court in Onunze versus State 2023 and Nigeria Air Force versus James 2002 had reaffirmed that military personnel must not obey illegal orders. Quote, the duty of a junior officer to obey the orders of a superior has its limitations recognized by the Supreme Court. End of quote. He stated, quoting the judgment. Mr. Hon added that the FCT minister, by virtue of sections 297, subsection 2 and 302 of the Constitution, exercises delegated presidential authority over land in Abuja and therefore could not lawfully be barred from entering the property. He argued that the officer could be liable under Section 114 of the Armed Forces Act for obstructing a public officer from performing his duties. Mr. On cautioned against celebrating the confrontation simply because of personal dislike for Mr. Wike, saying such conduct by uniformed personnel, if unchecked, could embolden abuses against civilians. Which reminds me, when some people were saying, this is boldness. I don't know. I mean, if a minister could be stopped from getting access, even though he has the right to be there, what do you think would happen to you, a regular citizen, a common man? That's when people celebrate. I think it's more poverty of the mind than anything else. People like seeing another person suffer or being powerless, just like they are, because somehow it makes them feel comfortable in their powerlessness. So they don't really care until it affects them. They don't really care about it. And then maybe they don't like Wike, for instance. I mean, Wike, of course, is not the most liked person in Nigerian politics at the moment. But it's beyond him. It's like the person is what he's doing is, it's not according to the law. And Ades is right. He says, now flogging civilians go chop when they treat a minister like that. That's the point. And if you were here, I mean, a lot of us, I'm sure you were around, before 99. You know how when you're driving, many cars, you will see Koboko in front. On my share anybody, anyhow, the driver my park anyhow, park, tawai. Because you are assumed to be less than humans, bloody civilians. So I think that balance is what I see in what the two legal luminaries have said, that yes, you shouldn't have said, you should have insulted him. That was wrong. But at the same time, this is a civilian area. This is not the time where soldiers just deploy people anyhow and say we keep off military. It's private property. This is not cantonment or barracks. So it's good to have this balance. And as well, I hope the minister also apologizes for calling the man what he called him, because that was totally unnecessary. All right. Something from Governor Seyi Makinde. Governor Seyi Makinde speech at the commissioning of the Ibadan Central Bus Terminals. So the speech is long, but the important thing is that he commissioned Ibadan Central Bus Terminals. I saw it in the news. Fantastic space. Has escalators, play areas, restrooms, really nice, and that's good. Terminals 1 and 2, Iwo Road, Ibadan. I mean, like I always say, I was born and bred in Ibadan, so I know that area, and it's always rowdy. With this now, it becomes a lot more easier to navigate that area. So, congratulations to folks living in Ibadan. Going to move quickly to Oba Igbana. Oba Igbana unveils platform to break global social media monopoly. Influential media mogul and founder of Arise News channels and These Day newspapers, Prince Nduka Oba Igbana, on Wednesday unveiled plans to launch Leke Leke, a new African-owned social media platform aimed at redefining digital engagement. He announced this at the 2025 All Nigeria Editors Conference in Abuja, marking 30 years since the execution of environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa. He said 30 years ago we were under a military dictatorship. 30 years after, we are here celebrating an open engagement with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I thought we must understand why democracy matters, why we must engage, and why we must sustain democracy for the greater good of our nation. Obagbana's remark connected Nigeria's political evolution with its media legacy. I'm going to move from here to play the president's speech at the conference where Obagbana was making this speech. This was, what's it called? All Nigeria Editors Conference that was held at the State House in Abuja. The president was there. I just want to play, it's very short actually, his speech at that conference. I saw it just now. Kilo Shele, Mumbo, 1 second. It's quite funny actually. He was talking about how, you know, many of the editors and news reporters were against him when he first got into office. Okay. I'm going to look for that one because I can't see that. Okay, I can't see that at the moment. I'm just going to play something else. The president he played host to Siemens, and you know, I'm actually distracted. Just give me a second. Let me concentrate and find this thing. You know what? Let me play the one from Siemens. The meeting he had with Siemens, he gave a speech there. Take a listen to this one. I'll play the other one later.
There's no industrial growth or economic development without power. At least I believe power is the most important discovery of humanity in the last 1,000 years. I appreciate the partnership on the PPI. The progress to date is notable, and we can feel it, but not yet where we want it to be. We appreciate the support, the commitment of both the German company and the, your company. The investment that we are making and the commitment that you are making aligns with the future of this country. Our education, our healthcare, our transportation all depend upon energy. And without power, it is, an impossible objective. We are taking it very seriously, and that's it. Let me affirm our government's commitment to the aspect of this. And in addition to that, we are going to resource and, find a way to fund the additional 10 mobile substations. Follow this up. I look forward to more achievement, an accelerated one. The transformer substations that is expected to be commissioned from 2 to 3 will be an achievement that I will congratulate you and be happy about for this. Thank you very, very much. You know, we are all inspired and happy. It's a thing that we must, you know, all achieve for this continent to see the glory of economic recovery and banish poverty. Thank you very much.
I'm going to read from Nairametrics. Tinubu directs Siemens Energy to expand major power substations to 3 phases. President Bola Tinubu has directed the expansion of ongoing power infrastructure projects under the Presidential Power Initiative (PPI) to be implemented in 3 distinct phases as part of his administration's renewed commitment to achieving stable, reliable, and affordable electricity across Nigeria. He gave this directive during a meeting on Monday at the State House, Abuja, with the delegation from Siemens Energy, led by Dietmar Seisdorfer, Managing Director for the Middle East and Africa. Tinubu assured that his administration would provide necessary political and financial support to complete the project's current phases. Quote, I appreciate the partnership on the initiative. The progress of the project to date is notable and we can feel it, but it is not where we want it to be, Tinubu said. One more report on that matter, then we'll go back to the other stuff. From Arise TV, Tinubu to Siemens, Nigeria fully committed to power sector reforms, improved electricity supply. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share. We'll get to the topic very soon, but let's finish with the news. Tinubu reaffirms Nigeria's full commitment to Siemens power project, orders expansion of transformer substations, says no economic growth without power. According to him, there is no industrial growth or economic development without power. I believe that power is the most significant discovery of humanity in the last 1,000 years. I appreciate the partnership on the initiative. The progress of the project is notable and we can feel it, but it is not where we want it to be. All right, it says our education, our healthcare, and our transportation all depend on energy, and without power, it is an impossible objective. We are taking it very seriously. All right, so we're hoping that all of this will lead to improvement in power supply in Nigeria. Anyway, I spoke earlier about the president's speech at the All Nigeria Editors Conference held in Lagos. Now, take a listen, please.
If I look back at the time I first assumed office and the way you all dealt with me, over subsidy remover, quote unquote, the floating of our exchange rate, removing the arbitrage, the corruption in the society, and the opportunity blocked against the entire economy. We should celebrate that one today. That the tunnel of darkness and the S-wing of head wing of the economy is getting better. It is my privilege to welcome you to the State House. This is for free. This is your house. This year's annual conference of Nigerian Guild of Editors. Your presence here reflects the enduring importance of the media in shaping national direction and strengthening democratic life. I commend the leadership.
All right. He also spoke about the use of social media during the same conference. Take a listen to this bit, please.
We seek to improve. The national interest must always remain paramount. We live in a time when information travels rapidly and widely. Social media has made every citizen a potential publisher. This has benefits, but it also increases the speed and scale of misinformation. Falsehood can take root before truth has time to speak. In such an environment, the editorial function is more important than ever. Verification must be your anchor. Balance must be your principle. And professional judgment must be your guide. I urge you, therefore, to continue upholding the highest standard of journalism. Report boldly, but do so truthfully. Criticize government policy, but do so with knowledge and fairness. Your aim must never be to tear down what we are building together, but to help build a better society.
All right. Now, speaking of social media, which the president just mentioned, I'd like to read a news article on somebody who was picked up for chatting rubbish on social media by the DSS. DSS files charge against man calling for coup. The Department of State Services, DSS, has filed a 6-count charge against a 27-year-old man, Innocent Chukwuemeka Onukume, for, among others, allegedly advocating for a military coup in the country. I'll take it again. The Department of State Services, DSS, has filed a 6-count charge against a 27-year-old man, Innocent Chukwuemeka Onukume, for, among others, allegedly advocating for a military coup in the country. The DSS in the charge, filed before the Federal High Court in Abuja, marked FHC ABJCR 610/2025, said Onukume of Umusayo Layout, Oyigbo, local government area of River State, allegedly committed the offense in October this year. In the charge filed on November 11 by A.M. Danalami, the DSS stated that by his conduct, Onukume committed offenses contrary to and punishable under sections 46A1 and 59(1) of the Criminal Code Act. It was gathered that he would be arraigned before the end of the week. Some counts in the charge read that you, Innocent Chukwuemeka Onukume, male, 27 years old, Omusayo Layout, Oyigbo, LGA of River State, sometimes in October 2025, having the intent to cause fear and alarm to the public or to disturb the public peace, posted a message calling for a coup in Nigeria on your social media account, to which your verified X account, the Agroman, by which you published the following words, quote, "A coup in Nigeria is needed. Dispose of APC. Suspend the Nigerian government and join the AES. That is all we need now." End of quote. You thereby committed an offense punishable under Section 59, subsection 1 of the Criminal Code Act, Cap 77, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004. That you, Innocent Chukwuemeka Onukume, male, 27 years old, of Umusayo Layout, so you go LG of River State, on about 15th day of October 2025, and within the jurisdiction, the point is this. He made a number of things. Let me just read what he wrote. Number one, I read it. That's what he talked about, the fact that a coup is needed in Nigeria. Number two, he said it will eventually happen in Nigeria. The military needs your support now. Only then can save this country. Only them can save this country. The bastard in Aso Rock has basically sold this country to the West, and they run our intelligence apparatus. Only the military can reset this country. Then he wrote another one. Tinubu has to go. APC has to die for Nigeria to have any semblance of normal life. And if you think you're stupid, votes can remove Tinubu. I am here to tell you that you're a fool. You therefore, he's just busy writing rubbish. The funny thing is that he used the name is the Agroman, so it's not like a real person. But if they won't find you for this country, then go find you. In fact, then find somebody rich Kenya. If they won't find you for this word, then go find you. It's one thing to have freedom of speech. It's another thing to understand that there's responsibility that comes with your rights. You have rights, but also responsibilities. You can't just be chatting nonsense, calling for a coup, insulting the president, destroying the nation, all those things you are saying in the name of our freedom of speech. Like Olamide said, freedom of speech day, I no go dull you, but freedom after speech, I can't assure you. May God give all of us wisdom. All right, moving away from that. Some people are losing their freedom right now in Lagos. And it's happening because of the work of the Commissioner, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources of Lagos State, Tokunbo Wahab. So what's happening now is that, beggars, folks who are, according to him, constituting nuisance are being removed from the streets of Lagos. I'm just going to read to, let me listen to this one, and I'm going to read to you what he posted earlier today. Take a listen, please. So the commissioner posted this earlier today. We have resumed enforcement operations and arrests of beggars and other individuals constituting nuisance along Kitolapere and adjoining areas. The operation is part of our sustained efforts to restore order, safety and cleanliness across public spaces in Lagos. While we understand the social dimensions of street begging, the state cannot allow actions that compromise public safety or environmental order. Together, we will maintain the vision of a cleaner Lagos and a greater Lagos. I see, there are images here of people, being removed from the streets. This man is using crutches, so he can't really lift himself. They're trying to help him get into the vehicle. Another post here, he says 15 street beggars were apprehended this morning during our enforcement operations at Ikosiketu Mile 12. This is part of our ongoing effort to maintain order, ensure safety, and protect public places from misuse. We will continue to enforce the law while working with the appropriate social welfare agencies to ensure rehabilitation where necessary. Lagos must remain safe, clean, and orderly for all who live and work here. Our resolve remains firm. They're actually arresting these people, carrying somebody's baby, and then the person has to catch up. To be honest, right, if we really want the kind of Lagos that we say we want, this has to be done. It's not something cool to see, it's not something that you really want to see, but it's something that has to be done, right? We can't be doing this and expect to have a world-class city. May God help everybody. All right, I think we've come to the end of the news today. Let me check if there's any other thing, because once we enter that thing, there's one more thing before we go into today's topic. Something happened in Benin. It's been on for like 4 days. I also not say anything because so there are different sides to it, right? So there's the perspective of the Oba, right, the government, and then the past administration. Anyway, without going into the details, I'm just going to read to you a BBC News report on what happened in Benin some days ago. It's disgraceful, to be fair, to be clear. It's very disgraceful. The backstory is that let me just give you the backstory. The backstory, right, according to this government, is that the past government had promised the Oba a museum, and then he named it Edo Museum of West Africa, MOA. Then after a while, maybe they had a fallout or whatever, he changed it to MOA. He removed the E and it was just Museum of West Africa, West African Art, something like that. Museum of West African Art. And so that is not just for Edo. They're going to put all kinds of things there, but they had raised money, they had built it and everything like that. Anyway, they had an opening some days ago, And while they were there, some people were, some thugs started shouting about talk by you say, and so, saying, no, you can't have this kind of thing here. And they already have a lot of artifacts in the museum. They received guests from different parts of the world. It was just disgraceful, very disgraceful. People have said, oh, the king was going to have his own different museum. Then the government came out yesterday and said, oh, the site of the museum was a former hospital, and it was going to, all kinds of jokes. But let me read to you what the BBC says. The fallout from, by the way, was written by Toda Opeyemi. The fallout from Nigeria's spectacular $25 million museum and the Benin bronzes. Toda Opeyemi, BBC Africa, Benin City. Nigeria's stunning new Museum of West African Art, MOWA, has found itself in the crosshairs of local power politics in the week it was supposed to, but failed to open its doors to the public for the first time. The 6-hectare, 15-acre campus sits in the heart of Benin City, capital of the southern state of Edo, and includes an archaeological dig and buildings designed by high-profile British-Ghanaian architect Sir David Ajayi, best known for the National Museum of African American History and Culture that opened in Washington in 2016. It has been 5 years in the making and is envisioned to celebrate both the past and the present in the region famous for the Benin bronzes, artworks looted from the city's royal palace by British soldiers in the 19th century. It is impressive. Oh boy, this thing is long. I'm just going to jump, please, because of time. It's impressive, it's nice. They fine-tune the climate control systems, there's material science laboratory, they've calibrated equipment meant to preserve centuries old artifacts, all the nice stuff. The project has been the brainchild of businessman Philippe Yanacho, now MOWA's executive director. Quote, I want us to have a significant economic impact on communities around here, he told the BBC, adding that he hoped to make Benin City a core. So it has taken, I'm just going to summarize. It has taken $25 million to get here. That's about 90 million pounds. They raised the money from various donors, including the French and German governments, the British Museum, and the Edo State government. But now, the local government has pulled the rug from under it, revoking the use of the land on which the museum was built. An Edo State spokesperson told the BBC this was because in the original paperwork, it had called itself Edo Museum of West African Art, and it had since dropped Edo from its name. This announcement followed protests on Sunday when people stormed the campus demanding it be called the Benin Royal Museum. A rowdy group insulted foreign guests at the museum ahead of the opening, forcing them to be hurried away under police escort. Is this the kind of country that wants development? President Bola Tinubu has even stepped in to try and resolve the tensions, setting up a high-level committee to do some damage control. But how has this become so politicized and such a PR disaster? Much of it comes down to internecine rivalries at the local state level, as it was Edo's previous governor, Godwin Obaseki, whose term in office ended last year, who was a major backer of the museum. And it seems the administration... I'm rushing. You know what? Everything they're going to say, I've already said it. The point is that they're playing politics, right? Both of them, right? One is saying that he's not going to call it Benin Royal Museum or Edo Museum of West African Arts, was going to call it Museum of... The point is this. I think their own museum that's different from that one, and then they open that one. The point is this. I think Nigerians are not ready for what they are shouting. They want development. I don't think we are ready for the most part. I don't think we are ready because there is no way on earth a serious people will be fighting like this when you're literally just attracting tourists, foreign or not. You're attracting tourists to, be in your city, see the stuff, and you're allowing politics to get in the way. While they are there, the tourists are already there. I don't know how this makes sense, but I hope they settle it quickly. All right, we're going to go to today's topic now. Just give me a second. I want to bring Twitter on. Please, if you're on TikTok, 20.2k is good, but it is low. Let's power tap, please. Please power tap on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. Thank you very much. I'm just going to get Twitter up and then we'll get into today's conversation. Today we're discussing how Nigeria's first republic ended, part 7. Hopefully the final part. Hopefully. We're going to have a great time together. Some fantastic things we're going to find in that book today. The book by the former President Shehu Shagari, Beckoned to Serve. Probably take me just a minute or so to get those other people up. Did I say to get people up? I mean to get Twitter on.
Alright, great to be here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Alright, we're good. Alright, great to be here. Thank you very much for joining us for today's session. We're going to start so we always have the news and the class. So this is class now. So let's get into it. How Nigeria's First Republic Ended, Part 7. The book we're using is Shehu Shagari's book. Before we do that, let me read some responses, some comments, like we always do. I see that for some reason the comments on TikTok are not worthy of being read. I mean, the ones I'm seeing at least. Let's scroll up a bit, whether there is sense.
I'm actually so happy that I didn't even see some of this crowd that they were writing there.
I'm actually so happy that I didn't even see some of these clowns while they were writing their rubbish. Keep them coming. Let's see if there's anything on YouTube. I see that. Mr. Lagunju Emmanuel, thank you very much for joining us. It says freedom of speech is good and free, but freedom of thought speech may not be guaranteed if one goes beyond his or her boundaries. Absolutely. Olatunde Dediran, good evening, sir. Good evening to you too, sir. Someone says the audio is low. I hope it's better now. It's from the recordings, right? But I hope the audio, I think the audio is good now because I just listened to it. But what you were listening to earlier was a recording, and but we're here now. All right, I think, let me see if we have anything on Facebook before we go on, and then we can dive right in. Great work, well done. Thank you, Sean Yoon and Olola Dekende. Thank you very much. All right. People just saying very lovely stuff. Thank you. Thank you. The other clown that is in the comment section, you have one more thing to write. Let it be something that your father will be proud of. On TikTok, I see you. You're just not worthy of being mentioned. But the next thing you're going to write, which will be your last, by the way, make sure it's something that your father will be proud of. And I'm glad you just did it. Your father will be proud of this because stability runs in your family line. God bless you. May you be healed. All right. Having dealt with that clown, let's get to the book now. So this is Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. And we're going to have a great time reading together today. By the way, I should say this. Finally, we got our first episode out today. It was supposed to be last night, but it took hours to render and hours to upload. But finally we're able to do it. So please subscribe to Redomi Republic on YouTube to watch episodes. I mean, the first episode. It's about an hour, but it's lovely, right? It's funny. We also, I don't know if someone says it was amazing. Oh, you've seen it? We had to do some work on it to make sure that it doesn't just look like, you have something on TikTok and just straight out there. We want to make it such a way that if you have to watch it on TV, it will be able to, fill your screen as landscape, and on your phone you just have to change. You just have to, what's the word now? Change the direction. How come I forgot the word? Format from portrait to landscape. So we have the Rhythm Republic, we have the first episode out, which is a thing I've been working on for a while. I want us to just have it out, and then we'll start having our recordings, right? So this is what we're going to do. I know it's been a long time coming, but now that it is out, it's going to make it easier to explain what it's about, because people can literally watch it and understand, right? So that's why you want to have like a pilot. So we have a pilot episode now on Rhythm Republic on YouTube, and then by next week we're going to, it may not be Friday, we may have one before Friday. Someone says with fantastic animation and nice effects. Yeah, thank you. And because we're trying to add the text and put images and animations and kind of things. But yeah, but now that we know exactly what we are doing, we'll be consistent at least once a week or twice. So what I'm going to do is, sometime during the week next week, we're going to have a game show, like for an hour, maybe Monday or Wednesday. But going forward, every Friday we'll be having game shows. So if you want to be part of it, by the way, just watch the first one. You're going to like it. How to be part of the next one is already there. You just go to Linktree/Rhythm Republic, and then you can register. Excuse me. So yeah, from Friday next week, every Friday we'll be having the game show. After the news, we'll have game show, and then we'll have little teaching if there's still time, if time permits. All right. Mark Blades says the snippet is cool. Thank you very much, Mark Blades, and thank you very much for this feedback. It helps. So once you are done watching the snippet on TikTok or YouTube or wherever, please watch the full episode itself. We're also trying to make sure that we have that channel, come up, so that we can hit a milestone, and then we can be able to advertise and do all kinds of things on that Rhythm Republic YouTube channel. So please, this time I really need you to help us watch and share. And to be honest, you're going to learn a lot. Like I like it. And this is not because I'm involved, but it's actually quite nice. So please check it out, share with your folks, and let's learn history together. We're going to have it more consistently starting next week, now that we have the first episode out, which is actually quite beautiful, considering it's one thing I wanted us to do because I don't want to have loads and loads of recordings, but we don't have anything that people can even see. But listen, you know what it's going to look like. It can only get better from here. All right, thank you very, very, very much. I pray into the atmosphere. There's a book. Spirit of God, you're here. You have all authority. So there's a book I want to open before we get into this, so that when it's time to get there, we'll just all right. So there's a book. I mentioned this book some time ago. I think I would like us to start with it, and then we'll go back to our main text. The book is called On a Darkling Plain, written by Ken Saro-Wiwa, the same one, Ken Saro-Wiwa. So we're going to start with that, and then we'll move into other things. But I'm trying not to go back to everything we've discussed. We've talked about the events leading to the coup from the perspective of Shehu Shagari. We've talked about what happened after the coup, immediately after the coup, and the 4 months, from January to May of 1966. We also mentioned a bit of what happened in 1966 July last time, when we read from Johnny in Service by IBB, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and we also read from Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo to understand, how the events, took place. Also, we read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green to have a better understanding of the events that led to the counter coup of July 1966. But I want to take us back just a bit, by reading this book, and then I'll connect it with something else, and then we'll go back to the main text. So this is On a Darkling Plain, written by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The young majors who made, I'm going to read from chapter 2. I don't want to go through chapter 1 because we've covered most of those things. Even this chapter 2, some of the things here we've already covered, but I think it's going to help us also to serve as a form of recap, and then we can just get to the other things. The young majors who made the coup were little known in Nigeria. The fact that the military kept a very low profile in the British tradition must have been responsible for this. The military were held in some contempt in the society, and it was assumed and said quite glibly that once those who were academically dull went into the army, even as officer. I'll take that again. The military were held in some contempt in the society, and it was assumed and said quite glibly that only those who were academically dull went into the army, even as officers. This was not entirely true, as the nation has since found out. Yet, it must be said that the most brilliant boys did not make a military career their first choice. Whenever people say things like, why is that a lot of Yoruba people were not there? Because, mostly it's because they went to school, and that would not be their first choice for the most part. Not to say that there were not people that were smart anyway. In the days after January 15, many of them are smart, as we know. In the days after January 15, very little news filtered through the coup makers. The fact that power eluded them kept them out of the limelight. The man of whom most was heard in those early days was Major Chukwuma Nzogu. The New Nigerian, a Kaduna-based newspaper, interviewed him and published his photographs. He was said to be an ascetic who neither drank, smoked, danced, nor womanized. Unmarried at the time of the coup, he was reputedly a brave and very efficient commander. Give me 1 second, please. I have to change this particular copy. The text is too small for my eyes. Don't worry, I know where to get it. In the mighty name of something up. Let's just continue. So it says here, the New Nigerian, a Kaduna-based newspaper, interviewed him, that's Chukwuma Nzogu, and published his photographs. He was said to be an ascetic who neither drank, smoked, danced, or womanized. Unmarried at the time of the coup, he was reputedly a brave and very efficient commander. He appeared to have been entrusted with the doubly difficult task of taking the north, and he was reported to have completed the task with great precision and elegance. Another name which was constantly mentioned was Major Ifajuna, who had studied at the University of Ibadan, where he stunned the sporting world by winning a gold medal in the high jump event at the Commonwealth Games of 1954. After graduating from Ibadan, he had taught in a school in Western Nigeria before joining the Nigerian Army. The rumor mill also flashed the name of Major Nwotegu, who was my contemporary at Government College, Umuahia. He had been captain of school, a good boxer, and long-distance runner. Even in those days, he was a strict disciplinarian, extremely hardworking, good-natured, with a loud laugh and a ready smile. Yet another name from the grapevine was Major Bieno from our sister college, Government College, Ueli. He had played cricket once or twice at Umuahia. Major Deja was also mentioned. I'm going somewhere. Some details of the coup have since become public property. Those who were involved in it and some army officers who were not have since written about it. Adewale Ademoyiga, a prime conspirator, has published Why We Struck, the story of Nigerian... You know what? Give me a second, please. I need to calm down a bit. Carries events. Eshio, thank you for being our first guest. Please go on. Where's what? Let me know what you think. Although we put the one where you said, what that thing said? Pressure Tiwa. We're going to put out more snippets in the coming days. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to spend some time just pushing that, and then we'll get into stuff by next week. All right, let's get back into this. Some details of the coup have since become public property. Those who were involved in it and some army officers who were not have since written about it. Adewale Ademoyiga, a prime conspirator, has published Why We Struck, the story of the first Nigerian coup, Evans Ibadan 1981, and Ben Bule, a participant in the coup, has written The Nigeria's Five Majors, published in 1981. Those two books we have read here, and we will still keep reading. These books, both very well written and very entertaining, taken with books by Alexander Madiebo, who later headed the rebel army, and Joe Garba. Carries event. You said you don't know that you said it, Abby. Don't worry, you will see it. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm just communicating with Carries events in the comment section. Let's go on. These books, both very well written and very entertaining, taken with books by Alexander Madiebo, who later headed the rebel army, and Joe Garba, current Nigeria's ambassador to the United Nations, give not only a succinct account of the coup, but also of conditions in the Nigerian army before the coup. They also explain why the coup failed, and from them we may draw certain conclusions. What is obvious from the books is the extent to which the cankerworm of tribalism had eaten into the fabric of the fledgling Nigerian army by 1965. Tribalism fanned by misinformation and misunderstanding. Amadu Bello's incompetent division of Nigeria into a north and a south at each other's throat had been bought hook, line and sinker by the army officers. None of them who has written a book appears to have understood that the north is a mishmash of 200 different peoples, divided by cultures, languages and religion. Even Joe Garba buys the idea of a South Nigeria. Guys, hold on. Sorry, please. There's something I need to get. Maybe it's my posture. Even Joe Garba buys the idea of a South Nigeria, which immediately equates the advanced Yorubas of 10 million people with the 30,000 undeveloped Mbebes of the present Cross River State. Who is rewriting this? This is Ken Sarawiwa. I'll take that part again. Even Joe Garba, South in quote, which immediately equates the advanced Yorubas of 10 million people with the 30,000 undeveloped Mbembes of the present Cross River State. On the basis of such false assumptions, hard lines are taken and hatred bred. In another instance, Igbo officers are grousing about the favors being bestowed on the northern officers, who, be it noted, are from different areas of the north, quote unquote, but they fail to realize that it was the same unfair process which enabled the Igbos to take more than 95% of the places which should have gone to the various ethnic groups in the eastern region, in eastern Nigeria. As to the political thinking which engineered the coup plot, there's also quite some model. Adewale Ademoyiga is convinced that a number of his colleagues, particularly the university graduates, went into the army in order to shape Nigeria in their fashion. But when he goes into details, he shows that they lacked basic understanding of the country and that their thoughts on the political organization of the country were half-baked. Unfortunately, there is hardly a clear body of thought as to how best Nigeria may be organized. There is actually, if you read Awolowo's books, which I think he has read as well, but if you read more, you will see a particular way. Since 1965, a number of books have been written on the subject, particularly by the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who is probably the best political thinker Nigeria has ever produced. The coup makers were idealistic. They also had some ideas, but these ideas would not, as you think, have saved Nigeria from a malaise. It has also been bandied about that the coup was an Igbo plot hatched by Igbo officers to enable the Igbos seize control of the federation. In light of the evidence from the books, I am of the opinion that this is far from the truth. In light of the evidence I have had from more books and everything he has written, all the books he has recommended here, I have read. But I read more books than the one he has recommended. So in the light of the information I have from the other books, it was an evoco. I'm just reading what he's saying, but I'm telling you what I think as well. Since 1966, there have been enough coups to convince everyone that a coup is a conspiracy, a dangerous conspiracy, and only friends and trusted associates engage in it. Such friends may be schoolmates, people from the same village or ethnic group. If therefore we find a large number of Igbos in the coup in 66, it is not surprising. There is enough to show that Zogo was very patriotic, and all the evidence is that he was a most detribalized Nigerian. Adewale Ademoyiga is not Igbo, and the murders which they unleashed a senior officer who was Igbo was killed, the Igbo should on no account be calumniated for the coup. I don't think they should be calumniated for the coup. I don't think they should be insulted about the coup, but the coup was an Igbo coup. And like I always say, people would try to preach this thing like, oh, at least they were friends, so they will always associate with each other anyway. And I've said it several times. The reason we call it an Igbo coup is not because of the planners, the officers that you are seeing. Number one, beyond the officers you see, were civilians who were also part of that coup. And just about all of them were from a particular part of the country. And the one that the special branch report mentioned, which this book did not mention, by the way, maybe if you had read that book, the document was published in 1966, but was not released for many years. I don't even think it's up to 20 years that the book that document was released into public space. I don't think it's up to 20 years, although it was published, for internal whatever since April of 1966. So maybe if he had that information, he would not come to the same conclusion. But if you have the information around that, the people were involved, and you also see what happened with what people did, right? As soon as the coup was executed, you knew there was an ethnic thing. There's no, by the way, when he mentioned, this is the mistake that people make, and I've said this several times. If you have heard me before, you must have heard me say this. There's a mistake this man is making, which is what most people make, especially those who have good conscience. He used to say that Zogu was not an ethnic jingoist, right? It was a quote unquote detribalized, whatever that means. And then you have Adewale Ademoyiga, was not Igbo, and he had passion for Nigeria. You are right. But the reason you are saying that it is not Igbo based on those two is because you assume that the ideology that both of them had was what everybody had, which would be a lie. If they had the same ideology, how on earth was Oji and Okafor helping Ironsi and making sure it was not killed? How on earth was it that every political leader from the Southeast had an excuse and they all escaped? All of them. All. And the coincidences, sometimes they sound stupid. E.g., the one that Frederick Forsyth gave in his book, Biafran Story, and he was talking about Mbadiwe. He said, Kingsley Mbadiwe ran across the lawn. This is in his book. He ran across the lawn and entered, thank you for the gift. He ran across the lawn and entered into the president's residence. And that was the only place the coup plotters did not search. Are we joking? This is Forsyth, who is a propagandist on the side of the Igbos. He wrote it in his book. I've told you, the book is Biafran Story. He's saying that the man ran across the lawn and entered into that house, and that was the only house they did not search. And we know that the person that even owned that house was also part of the whole thing because they had left before the thing happened.
The same man in the afternoon who now wants to...
And the same man who, quote-unquote, ran across the lawn is the same man in the afternoon who now wants to be the prime minister. So, like I always say, we would have had an Igbo president, Igbo Senate president, Igbo prime minister, Igbo GOC. We also have Jaja Wachuku as Igbo House of Representatives speaker. So all of us. So he was an Igbo coup through and through. He has mentioned very fantastic books, but you've got to read more than those books in order to understand what really happened. You can't just stay with those ones. But again, no malice to anybody, just stating the facts of the materials. And the ridiculousness of the excuses. And every single one of the politicians from the Southeast had an alibi, including the GOC. Anyway. What is clear is that for various reasons the coup failed. Major Ferdinand lies at the center of that failure, and we have not heard from him. Did he take fright? What Ademoyiga says of him, he always wanted to be in the good books of the senior officers in order to ensure his promotion in any event. These conflicting desires often clashed within him, making him inconsistent and at times unreliable. That's Adewale Ademoyiga's description of Ifajuna. By the way, if you read the book called Zogu by Olusegun Obasanjo, he also described him, and he didn't have very good words for Ifajuna. It was almost like the description was like an oxymoron, like a brave coward, someone that can ignite, something and then run away. That kind of person. That's essentially what you find in that book. I don't want to open the book right now. Anyway, he's saying here that while Ademoyiga says of Ifajuna, quote, he always wanted to be in the good books of the senior officers in order to ensure his promotion in any event. These conflicting desires often clashed within him, making him inconsistent and at times unreliable, end of quote. Perhaps the key to the failure of the coup lies in the character of Ifajuna. We now know that Majors Nzogu, Ademoyiga, Ifajuna, Okafor, Chukwuka, and Wotegu and Obienu led the coup. No, Obienu did not lead the coup. See, this is another interesting thing about these books. You know what? I don't want to spend time on these mistakes. Obienu was in on it. He pulled out of it and arrested the people that did it, and they called him a hero. We're going to have a session to discuss Obienu. That one is just a joke. He was in on it. Like, he wasn't part of the primary coup plotters, but he was brought in long before the execution of the coup. So they were good. It was going to, come from Abeokuta to Lagos and then, help execute the coup. And then just before the time, Domache, he now changed his mind. He now went after the people. They then said, oh, he was a hero. It's just a joke. I don't want to spend time on this. I'm trying not to go. I want to just go straight to what happened with Iransi and then move on from there. Like I said, this book, is taking us farther back, and if we stay too much on it, we're not going to finish today. Let's just move to where Iransi got in, and then we'll see a little more stuff before we go on. The politicians had fled in disgrace following the January coup. Large numbers of them had been put in detention, and the soldiers remained firmly in power. A problem arose from this fact. The soldiers who inherited power from the civilians belonged to a post-colonial administrative army created by the colonial powers largely for the purpose of supporting the colonial administration and the police in the preservation of internal order and frontier security. It was largely suited to colonial times. Its officers were trained in the insulated atmosphere of European training centers, although some of them had seen action in the Congo. It could not be said that any body of ideas on Nigeria had crystallized among them. True, the young majors who planned the January coup had nationalist ideas. Major Nzogu said that only in the army do you have any true Nigerianism, but they were an exception to the rule. In any case, with all of them in detention, that essential core was gone. Their successors clearly needed guidance and direction in the routine government duty of policy making and decision taking. The vacuum created by the absence of politicians from the scene was conveniently filled by career civil servants who suddenly found themselves in power at the center and in the regions. In place of an army of ministers, there was now a single military governor who was quite unused to public life and who in any case could not take direct responsibility for running the over 10 ministries in his region. The permanent secretaries of the various ministries therefore found themselves as both makers and executors of policy. Many appeared intoxicated by the newfound power, none more so than a handful of Igbo federal permanent secretaries, who now found a fellow Igbo in a position that carried unchallengeable power and prestige as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. As Iransi himself proved pliable, the permanent secretaries moved in on him in one fell swoop. They led Iransi to the slaughter. The occasion was the creation of what amounted to a unitary system of government in place of the federal system that had been in operation since the late 40s. The Igbo permanent secretaries in question had calculated, it was said, that under a unified system there would be free mobility of skill and labor, and that therefore several southerners, in quotes, or Igbos, who had been itching for jobs which the North traditionally reserved for, I'll take that again, that several Southerners, in quote, or Igbos who had been itching for jobs which the North traditionally reserved for northerners or for expatriates would now go to the north to work. This ill-advised decision was duly placed before the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. They underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the north itself, where the inhabitants had been smarting under grunts from some Igbo residents. I'll tell that again. Sorry, the text is not very clear, so if you see me just making mistakes now because it's not so legible, but they underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the north itself, where the inhabitants had been smarting under grunts from some Igbos residents there since the death of Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto. His unyielding pride, some of his undiplomatic statements, and his rigorous defense of the interest of the north had not endeared him to many of his countrymen down south. Not so his followers in the north, to whom he was a formidable bulwark against southern in quote, domination. To decree a unitary system of government so soon after the death of the Sardauna looked as if they were being regarded as a conquered people. Their feeling of insecurity, which had led to such policies as northernization and the imposition of certain ill-qualified personnel on the federal public service, heightened. In May of 1966, they took out their anger on Igbos resident in the north in a cruel and unwarranted whirlwind of loot and destruction, which spread through the length and breadth of that region. This did not look like a spontaneous affair. It was definitely carefully calculated and was dastardly. I want to tell you why this is very, very important. There's a book I've been mentioning for a while. I'd like to play it. I'd like to read it, but I'm going to play you a video while I'm going to get that page. The book is called My Life. I'm going to play you something, an interview that Ahmadu Bello, I'm sure you have heard this before, that Ahmadu Bello had with the BBC. And only one group in Nigeria thinks this is tribalistic. And I thought it was tribalistic at a point too, but then I later learned that it was actually being smart. That's what a smart leader would do for his people, because he was not put there to lead Nigeria, but to lead his own people, his own region. But yeah, in case you have not heard it before, this was a 1964 interview. Take a listen and be blessed. 1 second, please. Someone said that warranted is an inaccurate description. Well, we'll talk about that later. Let's just listen to this. This is from the BBC. Take a listen, please.
Seem to have Tamil. One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it, obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or a permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, I mean, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
And the person who put this video on, I mean, a lot of people have asked conversations on this and called him a tribalist for saying what he said. But I think he was being a leader, and what he said, there's nothing wrong in it. But I'll explain. I used to feel that, I mean, why would you have a problem with a person who is ambitious and wants to move up the ladder? Right? That's what life is about. You want to be better than what you were, before now. So you want to make sure that you're always getting better. Well, I was wrong. Apparently, it's not about somebody who is trying to get better. It's someone who is trying to dominate the place. In other words, it's not so much about getting better and moving up the ladder. It's about taking up the place to the point where even the owners of the land are dispossessed of what should be theirs. And if you remember what we read just now on the Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa, he said 90% of slots that should have gone to the eastern region was let me read it before I read this one out. Somebody wrote something in the comment section. I'm not going to call you out or respond to you directly because it's a waste of time. But I'm just going to read something. Hopefully you get it, and if you don't get it, that's your business. But what can you say? It says, oh gosh, this thing is something else. I think we read it earlier, right? 90% of what was supposed to go to the eastern region was cornered by one ethnic group, right? And that was where they had the majority. Where they had the minority, they brought people, let me read it. Let me not be like Sayo's talk. Let me just read a bit of it. What page were we reading earlier? This is not good. Just him. That tribalism is your problem, or you will see a lot of it today. Just keep listening, and if you have a problem with it, you can get out of this place. Nobody's holding you down. You are not adding anything to this conversation, just in case you don't know. Let me read to you here. The vacuum created by the absence of politicians from the scene was conveniently filled by civil servants who suddenly found themselves in power at the center and in the regions. In place of an army of ministers, there was now a single military governor who was quite unused to public life and who in any case could not take direct responsibility for running the over 10 ministries in his region. The permanent secretaries of the various ministries therefore found themselves as both makers and executors of policy. Many appeared intoxicated by their newfound power, none more so than a handful of Igbo federal permanent secretaries, who now found a fellow Igbo in a position that carried unchallengeable power and prestige as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. As Ironsi himself proved pliable, the permanent secretaries moved in on him in one fell swoop. They led Ironsi to the slaughter. The occasion was the creation of what amounted to a unitary system of government in place of the federal system that had been in operation since the late 40s. The Igbo permanent secretaries, I think it's somewhere here, the Igbo permanent secretaries in question had calculated, it was said, that under a unified system, there would be free mobility of skill and labor, and that therefore several Southerners, in quote, or Igbos, who had been itching for jobs, which the North traditionally reserved for Northerners or expatriates, would now go to the North to work. In other words, the North is saying our children are going to school, which is what the Sadana just said. he said in the past we're not allowed to have responsibility, but right now we have a lot of young boys leaving universities. They are going to school. When they graduate, they should have jobs waiting for them. This was in the 60s. That's what happened in most regions. So they were trying to take care of their own people, Northerners first, just like what Anambra State is doing right now. Just becoming whatever your name is, just him. Anambra State put out an advert for people to come and work in their state. One of the criteria is that you must be an indigene of Anambra State. I don't see anybody crying that it was tribalistic. I don't even care whatever. Enugu came up with their own and said you must be from the ward, not state, not local government. From the, as a matter of fact, they could have said polling units from the ward of origin. I never heard of that thing until Enugu did it this year. You clowns don't see that as tribalistic, but you think Ahmadu Bello is tribalistic for saying that his own people first. He's not the premier of Nigeria, he's the premier of the North. These guys came up with an idea that, number one, they call it the unification of the civil services. We had 5 civil services in 1966. Lagos, let's stay with the regions, Ibadan, Kaduna, or let's just say the regions Gogon. Western region, Ibadan is the capital, Kaduna is the capital of Northern region. You had Enugu, which is the capital of Eastern region, and Benin, capital of Western region. Each region determined how people worked in their spaces. Western region, for instance, paid the highest in Nigeria, more than federal government. And of course, we have Lagos, which was the seat of the federal civil service, 5 civil services. These guys, these permanent secretaries, came up with the idea that they should unify all the civil services to become one federal civil service. In other words, all the regions are now under the direct command of one person, and that person can now fill that place with whoever he likes. Therefore, what it means basically is this: you have less opportunities at home. Many people are moving out of your space, and this has always been since before independence. People are moving out into other people's regions to take their jobs because they are one Nigeria. That's a thief now. There's nothing wrong in what this man said if you are a leader. But if you are a thief, you think you have a problem with what he said. Why would you constantly move your people into a particular person's space to take over the jobs that are reserved for their own people? Meanwhile, in your own region, you have taken over 90% of the jobs belonging to the region and taken it as an ethnic group. And you did the exact same thing in the Midwest, where you're supposed to be the minority, but you are taking most of the major opportunities as far as civil service jobs were concerned in Benin, to the chagrin of folks in Edo, present the Edo state. They thought they were going to be the Oga. They discovered that, oh boy, these guys have a different idea. So you are doing it in the east, you are doing it in the Midwest, you are doing it in the north, you are doing it in Lagos. The only place you didn't have, where you did not dominate, was Western region. Because, how now? You couldn't even manage what you had before. So the North now said, you know what? Now, before independence, we're not going to school. We didn't have a lot of Western educated people, so it makes sense that the British had brought these people in. But now people are beginning to go to school. It's around 1962 thereabouts that they brought up that law. I'll see if I can find it for you guys, because I think without that, you might run with the idea that, oh, this man is a bigot and everything. 1 second, please. I'm going to read from his book. My Life. That's Ahmadu Bello, or is it Amadu?
Thank you for what you're writing in the comment section. That's a funny thing.
Thank you for what you're writing in the comment section. That's a funny thing. Nobody from the Southeast said anything when the government of Anambra State put out that advert. Not one person said, "Oh, how can you reserve this just for indigenes?" But once you do it outside, that's when the eyes are looking for, bang, 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 who is the tribalist? You are the tribalist. You are not serious. You are a thief. Let me read to you what Sir Ahmadu Bello says. He says, the regional government is fully aware of the need for the nationalization of all grades of the civil service of the region. As far as the senior service is concerned, it is the policy of the regional government to appoint a northerner wherever it can be found. As proof of this, I am pleased to be able to tell the House that within the last 2 months, we have had 15 Northerners appointed to the senior service compared to 29 over the past 5 years. In other words, in 2 months they got 15, but previous 5 years they were only able to get 29. How are we to carry out this policy of Northernization in the future? There are two sources from which we may recruit for the senior service: from the experienced native administration officials and from scholars who have completed the university studies. We hope that native administrations will help by making available some of the experienced staff. There is, however, a grave danger that the efficiency of the local government system will be lowered too if many of his employees, or if many of his best employees are absorbed into government service. 1 second, there's another one I want to read. 1 second, please. We might switch this light in a bit, but don't panic, we're good.
Okay. Thank you very much for understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Something happened in Anambra State. You're facing this in Anambra.
Just seems says we fought against it in Abia, so you are lying. You are daft. Something happened in Anambra State. You are fighting against in Abia. How is that your business?
You guys must think that
Are you from Anambra State?
when Imo State was
What was my business? When Imo State and Abia, you guys must think that we don't know what's happening. When Imo State was ejecting certain people from Imo State Civil Service under Rochas Okorocha, where were you? You're probably in primary school.
listen to this one.
Okay, let's talk to people that have sense. Please listen to this.
It says this is from again. It says we're very conscious.
It says this is from again Ahmadu Bello's book. It says we were very conscious indeed that the northern region was far behind the others educationally. We knew that individually the educated northerners could hold their own against the educated southerners, but we simply had not got the numbers they had, nor had we people with the university degrees necessary as a qualification at that time for some of the higher posts. So in other words, what they're saying basically is that there was a time they knew that they were handicapped as far as educated professionals were concerned. But as soon as they began to have people, they needed to start putting them in certain places. So what does this have to do? Excuse me. What does this have to do with what we're reading? I'm glad you asked. Here's the issue. What they've been able to do, see what they said, in 2 months they got what they couldn't have gotten in 5 years. In terms of if they were going at the pace they were going for 5 years. In fact, let me read the number again. Sorry guys, my head, I'm thinking a number of things at the same time. So they said here that they were able to,
in the last 2 months, they had 15 northerners appointed to the senior service.
in the last 2 months they have had 15 northerners appointed to the senior service, compared with 29 over the past 5 years. So they got 15 in 2 months, but they got 29 in 5 years. So the fact that they were not getting educated and they had northernized the civil service meant that they could get as many as 15. I mean, that's nothing in the south, especially in the west, but that would be something to them in the north, because 15 in 2 months, I mean in 2 weeks, in 2 months, 15 in 2 months is a lot. Now here's the issue. Once Ironsi comes along and the Igbo permanent secretaries began to advise him, they are going to reverse all the gains that the northerners had made from 64 to 66. So what they're going to do is to centralize the civil service and then get to move people into the north. And if you say it did not, it could not have happened. Let me tell you what happened in 67. August of 1967, the Biafran forces invaded the Midwest. One of the things that happened after that invasion was that Ojukwu moved civil servants from Enugu into Benin. Read the book, Minority Response to Biafran Invasion and Occupation by Uilawa Uswanlele. That's the document. If you can find it, please do. Minority response to Biafra's invasion and occupation and Nigeria's liberation by Uilawa Oswanlile. They moved, guys. Sorry, I have to mute this clown. I don't have time for rubbish.
The point is, I'm telling you what to.
You don't have a name.
Because you have
just spamming the comment section. The point is, I'm telling you what to read, but because you have sawdust in your skull, you don't understand that you can actually at least try to look for this thing, and you can have a conversation rather than writing nonsense in the comment section. Here's the point. Even at the time, you know what? I wasn't supposed to read this, but because I hate it when people write things like maybe he's lying and things in the comment section. That's why I read all these things. To be honest, I could just go on saying it. But let's look for that document. It may not be like say they make something up. Jilabi, give me a second, please. Minority rights and the national question, or the minority rights response, or the Midwest response to Biafran occupation and invasion. Let me read to you what he said about that. Where do we find that now? Because it's important to be doing this. Yes, you just have these clowns writing rubbish in the comment section. What they were planning to do in the Midwest was terrible. Let's start with the control of the resources. That's one I can't find right now. I think it's cool. Listen to this. Biafra's, outside from the oil, they will go to the civil service that I mentioned at first. Biafra's interest in the oil resources of the Midwest is attested by Ejo's allegation of Ojuku's proposal for the two regions to form an oil consortium to exploit their oil resources. The oil and other natural economic resources of the Midwest were then located in the non-Igbo areas. I'm looking for something. Let's be conversable. I want to read it once and for all. We don't have that time. You know what? The keyword should be good. Good.
The Biafran invasion of the Midwest.
The Biafran invasion of the Midwest was also regarded as an Igbo affair. As a result, many Igbo were sent to the Midwest by the Biafran government. One instance of this was the appointment of senior Eastern Igbo civil servants into the Midwest public service without due process on the orders from Biafran authorities in Enugu.
People were moved from Enugu into Benin.
I just read that document. That's what I quoted earlier. People were moved from Enugu into Benin, into the Midwest, to become Oga during the war. As a matter of fact, if you have the time, you can read the document. It will tell you about how Ojuku was asking them to pay a certain amount of money to Enugu. From all the Midwest corporations, they're supposed to send a particular amount of money to Enugu, and that's why whenever they tell you that Ojuku was not going to Lagos, was just going through the Midwest to go to Lagos because it was federal capital, is nonsense. Ojuku invaded and what's the word? What's that word after invasion? There's a word, they occupied. He invaded and occupied the Midwest. Appointed an Igbo, but it has to be Igbo, an Igbo governor, about to conquer, and then mandated that a certain amount of money that they make in that region must be repatriated to the eastern region, to Enugu. He then sent public servants from Enugu into the Midwest to become senior civil servants. That was in 1967. 1 year after the unification of the civil services. In other words, whatever you think they're trying to do in 1966 that Kensaruwa is talking about is exactly what Ojuku did in 1967. That's the point I'm trying to make. Does this mean that the North is always right? Of course not. But on this matter, they were correct. You're not going to make what is theirs national in the name of unity. By the way, all this thing of let's all share it together because that means that we're all Nigeria is a tactic of a thief. Whatever is yours, take it like that. Let your ambition be curtailed with wisdom. In other words, be ambitious enough to build your place into a paradise, not ambitious to go to other people's places and take over what they have and tell them that we not all want Nigeria. Are you saying that they don't have people that can do those things? It must be you. Because you are nomadic in your mindset, and I'm speaking specifically to just him and his folks. guys don't think. And that's the crazy part. You sound exactly like your elders.
So that means there is no growth.
Which means you're going to make the exact same mistakes they made, and you're going to have the same repercussions. So that means there is no growth. But continue. God be with you. You know what that means? Where were we? The Igbo permanent secretaries in. Okay, let me go back just a bit.
After the military took over, the politicians.
So he was talking about that there was a vacuum after, the military took over, the politicians left, and the civil servants moved up. Now remember that before this, many of the permanent secretaries were already Igbos. And I recommended a document the other day. If you check our Telegram channel, Redomi Global, it's free. You don't have to pay anything to join. Redomi Global. If you go to the learning section, learning resources section, you will find a document called white paper on the alignment of white paper on political alignment of Western region. White paper on political audit. Here's the point I'm trying to make. Before these military guys took over, they were already dominating the civil service, and they did not do it because they had merit. They did it because of they did it using nepotism. They filled the entire place with their own people. Never mind whether they were qualified or not qualified. Qualification is secondary. The real thing is ethnicity. That was what got you there. E.g., there was a man who got a job, wasn't Joku, who got a job after retiring. It was a messenger. He retired. They brought him back. Guess what they made him? They made him the head of a recruitment recruitment committee. Messenger will now recruit the engineers and the chief executive officers or whatever of that organization, of the NRC, Nigeria Railway Corporation. Is in that document. In fact, there's another document, the one that one is from the Commission of Inquiry, where one of those Igbo guys asked the Yoruba engineer, "What you go give us smoke with job or something like that." That one now saying he cannot eat. Ridiculous questions that have nothing to do with engineering. There's a Commission of Inquiry that was set up into how these people were recruited, and it is damning. The report is damning, right? But maybe if we have the time, we'll check it out some other time. But if you want to know what the civil service was like, download that document in Telegram channel, White Paper on Political Alignment in Western Region. It was published by NCNC, the Western Caucus, and what they saw were in the hands of our wonderful brethren. So after the politicians had run away, of course, ran away because they had killed most of them, but many of them, and there was no need for them to even be in Lagos anyway. The vacuum created by the absence of politicians from the scene was conveniently filled by career civil servants who suddenly found themselves in power at the center and in the regions. In place of an army of ministers, there was now a single military governor who was quite unused to public life and who in any case could not take direct responsibility for running the over 10 ministries in his region. The permanent secretaries of the various ministries therefore found themselves as both makers and executors of policy. Many appeared intoxicated by the newfound power, none more so than a handful of Igbo federal permanent secretaries, who now found a fellow Igbo in a position that carried unchallengeable power and prestige, and as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. As Ironsi himself proved pliable, the permanent secretaries moved in on him in one fell swoop. They led Ironsi to the slaughter. The occasion was the creation of what amounted to a unitary system of government in place of the federal system that had been in operation since the late 40s. The Igbo permanent secretaries in question had calculated, it was said, that under a unified system, listen to this, there would be free mobility of skill and labor, and that therefore several Southerners or Igbos, that's what they wrote there, or Igbos who had been itching for jobs, which the North traditionally reserved for Northerners or for expatriates, those people will now go to the North to work. Why? Are we not one Nigeria? This ill-advised decision was duly placed before the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. They underestimated what reaction this would elicit from the north itself, where the inhabitants had been smarting under grunts from some Igbo resident there since the death of Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto. In other words, since January. Folks in the north have had to endure the taunting of Igbo residents in the north, in Kaduna, in Kano, insulting them. We played the song there the other day. It's not very nice. You know, Machine Gun by Celestine Uku, Ewu Nabakwa by Rex Lawson, just playing it in the public parks, you know, taunting the people. That was already on the ground, though. That they never do anything about that one. You can't go say you go unify everything. That one, change your spark. I suppose the Sardauna was something of an. Where was I? They underestimated the reaction that this would elicit from the north itself, where the inhabitants had been smarting under grunts from some Igbo residents there since the death of Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto. I suppose the Sardauna was something of an ogre down south. His unyielding pride, some of his undiplomatic statements, and his rigorous defense of the interests of the north had not endeared him to many of his countrymen down south. There's nothing like down south. Let's be very clear what all this south is. Not south. Whenever people want to be stupid, they'll be using south as if there's unity. No, you did something wrong. Just own it. If your people do something wrong, you do it. It's not like south. There's no south like, even the north that we think is the north doesn't really exist in the way we think it does. But whatever it is right now is not the same thing as what you consider to be south. South ceased to exist in 1939. There's no south. There's no southern alliance. The clowns nonsense that I was bringing the other day. Until that's called that the person who is shouting southern alliance actually has something up his sleeve, which is actually ethnic, which I have no problem with, by the way. Only if you just be consistent. This is about your ethnicity. Just say it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't use other people's brains and resources and whatever and goodwill in the name of we are all from the south. There's nothing like south. There's nothing so called. We are nations of ethnicities, not nations of geographical locations. This is not north, south, east, and west. We are Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, Tiv, Birom, Ibibio. That's what we are. We are not geographical. This is not wind vein. I'm just saying that because of this south. Whenever, if somebody does something wrong now, and now insult, they know that you're going to. There is what's the word now? There is repercussion for what they did. If they find somebody from, let's say, River State or from Akwa Ibom, say you start hearing the word East.
As soon as they have something they can get,
we are all East, old East. As soon as they have something they can get in their name as an ethnicity, they will push that one away. If it's something that has to do with the north, then we say we are all south. If you're outside Nigeria, then that's when you be shouting we are Nigerians. When they go to South Africa, they're telling those other ones, are we not all Africans? I'm like, King would rather die. So it says here, not so his followers in the north, to whom, back just a bit, his unyielding pride, that's Sadauna's unyielding pride, some of his undiplomatic statements and his rigorous defense of the interests of the north had not endeared him to many of his countrymen down south. Not so his followers in the north, to whom he was a formidable bulwark against southern domination, read Igbo domination. There was never a plan. There was never a time in Nigeria's history when there was a plan for southern domination, but there were many times in Nigeria's history where there have been plans for Igbo domination. If you don't know about it and you're Igbo, understand this. This is not against you. I'm not saying you are wrong. It's not even your fault. Apparently, you don't even know about it. But your ignorance does not change the fact that it was a reality. I'm not saying it is a reality because I don't know whatever they are planning right now. But you guys, okay, I know what they are planning right now. They are planning for Nnamdi Kanu. Whatever. The point is, there was never a time in Nigeria's history where the South was going to dominate the country. There was a time when the North was going to dominate the country. There was a time when the Igbos were going to dominate the country. It's between those two. And the North, God said, in the North, we know the group that wants to dominate. Originally, it's always been the Fulani because they're the ones who have that political ability, or who had it back then.
like I said, the British were very
Based on the structure that was in the country before the British arrived. And like I said, the British were very, I don't know if I should say they were smart. They were quite smart not to touch the not to tamper with the balance. Like if the system was not broken, they were not going to fix it. So they left it the way it was. They took advantage of what the North gave to them, which was stability. They had the perfect system in the north, so much so that they replicated it in the south, in the west, and in the east. They had some challenges in the west, but they had real issues in the east who were not used to the idea of leadership in that sense. Right? So when you hear indirect rule, that thing was perfected in the north. And it's because, I know I'm diverting right now, it's because the north had, let me not say the north. North is too big. It's actually mostly Hausa land. Hausa land had been taken over by the Fulani, and they had created a system that was beautiful as far as the colonial mindset is concerned. It was a feudal system. The hierarchy was clearly defined, and everybody knew their place. Like you didn't have to move out of that space. Like you're the rung of the ladder where you belong, and you stay there. So you can't be a smart pants. You can't start saying things like, "Oh, I have an idea." One person was all right. So it worked perfectly. So when they were going to work in the north, they didn't have to even deal with the people. They just dealt straight with the emirs and the sultan, and then it made it easy for them. I'm talking from the perspective of the British now. I'm not saying whether what they did in the north is good or bad. That's not today's topic. From the British perspective, it was easier for them as far as administration is concerned to work within the system that was already available because it suited their purpose, right? Now we're going to replicate that in the West, only to discover that our kings in the West were not absolute monarchs. In the north, they were absolute because it was a feudal system. You had the kings, you had the aristocracy, and then you had the serfs, and everybody knew what they had to do. Like just stay in your place. In Yoruba land, it's not like that. In Yoruba land, the king is answerable to some people. It could be questioned, right? And the British had a hard time trying to adapt to whatever indirect rule system they had in the north in Yoruba land. By the way, when I said the north, again, let me repeat, it's not like this thing happened everywhere in the north, but particularly in the outside area, not so much in the middle belt. But that's another topic for another day. In the east, there were no kings, Igbo and Weze. So they had to come up with something called warrant chiefs. And they gave them cabs and whatever, and then they became, and then they had their own issues there. The point I'm trying to make is that the north had a system that worked, and what they had also was domineering, especially in Hausa land. And there were northerners, and it's documented, who wanted that to flow over into the north and the south. For instance, there's a newspaper report from 1959 of the Sardauna saying something about installing somebody in the south, to look over the south. But in his defense, he said that in response to the fact that parties from the south had moved into the north, and he thought that should be his own exclusive preserve. And so that's the context of what he said. But the idea of people trying to go into another person's place and take it over and flex power is between the north and the east. If the West did it, I will say it, you will not beat me. But the West did not do it. Why am I saying this? All this southern domination nonsense is rubbish. It's nonsense. There's no southern Guinea. There was an Igbo domination plan that was. 1 second, please.
There was a plan that was set in motion in 1944.
There was a plan that was set in motion in 1944. It was documented by the Igbos, and they reviewed it, and then we have the one they did 20 years later when they were supposed to have accomplished their task. That document is available. It wasn't Southern, it was Igbo, and there's no problem. May God help all of us. I know some people are itching and typing away on YouTube. I will respond to you later. May God bless you and your family. Where were we? We have not gotten to the book to Beckon to Serve. We are still on Kensaruwa's book. We have been reading On a Darkling Plain. We'll get to Beckon to Serve soon. 1 second, please. All right.
So speaking of the Sardauna,
let's go on.
His unyielding pride some of his undiplomatic statements.
So speaking of the Sardauna, Ken Saruwa says his unyielding pride, some of his undiplomatic statements, and his rigorous defense of the interests of the North had not endeared him to many of his countrymen down south. Not so his fellow followers in the North, to whom he was a formidable bulwark against Southern Red Igbo domination. To decree a unitary system of government so soon after the death of the Sardauna looked as if they were being regarded as a conquered people. Their feeling of insecurity, which had led to such policies as Northernization, which we read about earlier, and the imposition of certain ill-qualified personnel of the federal public service, heightened. Where were those ill-qualified people from? From Igbo land. Again, I should say this: if you are Igbo, sincerely, from my heart, it's not as. In May of 1966, they took out their anger on Igbos resident in the North in a cruel and unwarranted, I don't know if it's unwarranted, because they took a lot. They took a lot from January to May. They were seething. Kimieti Wambe on Sima was simmering, just waiting. It's like gunpowder. Any spark by Ogbano Jani. So he says, but this is what he wrote. He says in May of 1966, they took out the anger on Igbos resident in the North in a cruel, and it was cruel, unwarranted whirlwind of loot and destruction, which spread through the length and breadth of that region. This did not look like a spontaneous affair. It was definitely carefully calculated and was dastardly. Basically, Ironsi's decision was wrong in the extreme. His declared reason was that since the army's approach to administration was monolithic, the same system ought to be applied in the administration of the country. If that were so, why then did Ojukwu ask Gowon to break the country? Because you have to be consistent. Even if you are mad, there has to be a method to the madness, right? So if your argument is that this is how they are, and I agree, maybe you have a point, that the army is monolithic, you have to run from top to bottom, is hierarchical, command, chain of command, okay, I get it. If that were true for Ironsi, why didn't Ojukwu come months later, after power left the hands of Ironsi, to tell Yakubu Gowon to change that thing in order to please whatever agenda he now had? Gozie, this conversation is below your brain. Just calm down. What you should be doing right now, look for pencil or slate. Be right, just write alphabets, because you're writing nonsense in the comment section. The point is this: and by the way, I did a video a while back. Please check it out on YouTube. It's called "How Ojukwu Rejected Aburi." Because even though what he wanted was preposterous, he still got it. There was a decree that was passed in March of 1967, decree number 8, that Yakubu Gowon promulgated in March of 67. That was a decree that would have given Ojukwu what he wanted, but he said no. We have another conversation about that, but if you really want to know about it, please check out the video on YouTube channel. Search Busui Ores, How Ojukwu Rejected Aburi. Especially if you're Igbo, a lot of the things that they've told you, now lie, Fulam, now lie. Some of the books I referred to in that video, a number of them are actually books written by Eastern authors. N.U. Akpan, as the secretary to the government of the Eastern region, N.U. Akpan, and also Ilari Njoku, who was the commander of Biafran army. Those two wrote about what happened with decree number 8 in March of 67 and Ojukwu's reaction to that decree. Please watch that video. Anyway, let's get back to this. I was saying that if he also wants to make the argument, which is fair, I mean, you can make the argument that whatever is good for the goose is also good for the gander. Gowon could make the argument as well. Why? He's a military. The military has not changed. Has the military tradition changed in 2 days? He also was in power up until July 29, 1967. Gowon became head of state August 1. Between July 29 and August 1, what has changed in military traditions that would allow Gowon to decentralize power and ensure that it was not having all the power like a dictator should? And the crazy part, the real crazy part is that he still passed that, he still came up with a decree that essentially weakened him, which is what Ironsi would never have done, which is what Ojukwu would never have done. How do I know? Because May of 66, Ojukwu was the one who was trying to get his attorney general in this region to write a decree, the same decree, what's called unitary decree that became decree number 34. How do I know that? Because the man, the attorney general, wrote a book. The book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, and the man's name is Nebo Graham Douglas. Ojukwu was saying, "I should write a unitary constitution in May of 66. Is it that Ojukwu that will now decentralize power if he was the one who was heading? Meanwhile, as of June of 66, he was already telling how he wanted to become the head of a country. June 7, 1966. Read that book. By the way, that book is also free on Radio Me Global. Those are the only few. Okay, there's some free stuff there because it's difficult to come by some of those materials. But read those things, especially if I'm from the Southeast. Please read those things. Please don't just. They don't lie to you too much. I beg. We'll continue. I beg. Where were we? Basically, Ironsi's decision. I'm reading the book On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Basically, Ironsi's decision was wrong in the extreme. His declared reason was that since the army's approach to administration was monolithic, the same system ought to be applied in the administration of the country. But there was nothing to support that assumption. The federal nature of the country had not in any way impeded military rule. Besides, Ironsi himself had set up a constitutional committee, and to act as he did was to prejudice its report. Ironsi set up a constitutional committee. Then there was another committee of one man. His name, Francis Nwokedi. Where that man came from, you can tell yourself. You can tell. That person now came up with a single man, like a minority report, that we need unitary system in Nigeria. And they adopted it. Why? Because the permanent secretaries in the civil service who were Igbos and the civilians in NCNC. Read the book by Adewale Ademoyega. That's exactly what he said. He said what Ironsi did was to implement NCNC policies. One of the major policies that NCNC had way back in 1951 was unitary system. That was long before independence. Zika started with his book in 1943, talking about why we should have a federal system. By the end of the 1940s, he had changed his mind. By 51, they were pushing hard to have a unitary system in Nigeria. Right? The book in 43 is called The Political Blueprint for Nigeria. It was a pamphlet that Zik published. 1943. By 1949-50, they were changing everything. By 51, they were pushing hard for unitary system. They didn't get it for 15 years. As soon as Ironsi got there, one man's report changed everything. Even though there was a committee sitting, nobody cared about what the committee was saying. Professor Ben Abueze, we'll talk about him later. The occasion, where was I? Okay, back down. Until this early. Since there was nothing to support that assumption, the federal nature of the country had not in any way impeded military rule. Besides, Ironsi himself had set up a constitutional committee, and to act as he did was to prejudice its report. Federalism had been a subject of national debate for a long time, and if anything at all, the trend was towards broadening the base of federalism, certainly not towards a unitary system. The uprising in the north was a sign of things to come. It should be noted, though, that Yakubu Gowon did the same thing through the back door. As will be seen later, his action in seizing the oil resources of minority peoples added to his total control of the military governors in the various states, effectively diluted the federal base of the country and imposed something like a unitary system, while succeeding military administrations have reinforced, which the succeeding military administrations have reinforced. Apparently, Gowon could do it, but Ironsi was not allowed to do it. That's the point. You see, he also did it. You can't blame Gowon for doing the same. But guess what? Let's even say we want to blame Gowon. Why I cannot blame Gowon personally was because he did something that I don't think any military, I don't know if anybody has done it before. Please let me know. You know, everybody, there's a lot to learn. I don't know of any military ruler who would decentralize and grant the regions or states autonomy and make himself less powerful, instead invest that power in the Supreme Military Council, not in himself. And in that Supreme Military Council, the governors of the region can decide what will happen. If they are against whatever he wants to do, he cannot do it. This is what was in the decree number 8 though. I don't know of any military dictator or head of states that would do that. I don't. If you know, please let me know. You know, me too, I'm learning. That was what he did in March. Ojukwu rejected it. If you read, I mentioned it also earlier, but I didn't mention the name of the books. N.U. Akpan wrote a book called The Struggle for Secession. In that book, he was the secretary of the government of the Eastern region. He was with Ojukwu in Aburi, January 4 and 5, 1967. He wrote a book, The Struggle for Secession. You know what he said? He said decree number 8 gave Ojukwu 95% of what he asked for in Aburi. 95. If you read The Tragedy Without Heroes, was written by Hilary M. Njoku. Hilary Njoku was the head of Biafra military, the very first one, before Madiabo came along later. Njoku was the head of the Biafra military. Njoku said in his book that when he went to Ojuku's office, his private secretary, his first name is Don, that man was a lawyer. That man told him, Njoku, that decree number 8 was 98% of what they asked for in Aburi, and that the other 2% is just military jargons that you cannot understand, but that the real thing, that everything they want is just 98%, but that the other 2% is just military jargon that's unnecessary. I don't want to open because of time, but I really read it. I read those 2 documents. If you watch that video, how Ojukwu rejected Aburi. The point I'm trying to make is that if N.U. Akpan is saying you got 95%, and Hilary Njoku is saying you have Don Egbe, that's his name. The private secretary's name is Don Egbe, right? He was a lawyer, and he's saying that they had 98% of what they asked for in Aburi, and you still say no. If I were Yakubu Gowon, I would do exactly what Yakubu Gowon did. Say you don't want decentralization, Abi, until you break everything apart. That's what you want. Oh yeah, create new states. May 27, 1967. Create new states. Break that Eastern region into 3. The Western region was already broken into 2. Abi, break the remaining one. Break into 2 again. So we have 6 in the south. Then break the north into 6. Everything is now 12. Come and do your worst. And what's the worst that he did? May 30, he declared Biafra. And then eventually, that's how if you look at the trajectory, nobody should have died in the Eastern region. If you are from the East and you think about all the people that died and the hunger, the only person, in fact, you can blame everybody, but the only person responsible for the carnage was Ojukwu. But no, is a guru. You will extol the one who is wrong and demonize the one who is helping or who helped you, because we all have to bear it together. I don't bear nonsense. Please, if you're on TikTok, our likes, they are too low. Maybe you're enjoying the reading, but I jumped too long. This is 32.5k likes on TikTok. It's going to go off. I can see an activity already. Let's get this thing up. All of this to say that, especially if you're from the south and you're listening to this, it's not an attack on your region. It's an expose on what leaders from your space did. And if you take it as an attack on your region, what you're doing is that you're trying to tell us to shut up because it makes you feel uncomfortable. But nobody cares about your feeling. Not because they don't matter, but because they don't really count. I don't know what difference that is. In other words, they matter to you, they don't count to us. The best we can do is to share these things respectfully. But we can't just hide and sweep everything under the carpet and allow you, right? the children of those who wronged us to insult us and our fathers who were wronged. That's not going to happen. May God bless you. Where were we? So they were talking about the fact that he changed everything, and I'll read a few more things before we go back to that, but I hope we can get to the book before we go tonight. Iransi, again, the book is called On a Darkling Plain. This particular one is by Ken Sarawiwa. And by the way, I think this man, sincerely, was very gracious to Igbos. Very. I think it was even too much. Himself and this other author, Elechi Amadi, the Ikwere man, they were very gracious. They're very gracious. But some people say insult them, but I mean, it's okay. Let's keep reading. Iransi, in his perpetual dilemma of trying to please everybody, appeared to be at a loss what to do. The Igbos were predictably and rightly too angry at the May riots. They were even more furious at Iransi's failure to take decisive action against the rioters. They began to contemplate a return to their homeland, but they were advised against this, seeing that the balance of power in the Federation still rested with them. As Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, 1 second, please, guys. If you want to trigger me, I think somebody knows how to trigger me, and he has done it in the comment section. So I'm going to pause, and it's because of the respect I have for the name that is writing. The respect that nobody in his region, in his family, in his entire ethnicity can ever come close to. So there's a name you don't just write anyhow, just like you don't write Jesus anyhow, you don't write Awolowo anyhow. You're a very daft person, Ebirasi. How was Awolowo the mastermind of the war? When the war started while he was in prison.
The coup happened while he was in prison. The war started after all...
No. The coup happened while he was in prison. The war started after all the importunities to Ojukwu. The coup happened while he was in prison. He came out of prison August 3rd of 67, began to see how to mediate. May 6 and 7, Awolowo was in the east, in Enugu. I have a book here. Some of you are demonical. You are demonic. And early Bombay. I used to have hope. Papa said something in 1983, and I think it's true. He said some people are irredeemable. But he said not all of them. He mentioned a particular name, but I think you are one of them. Jesus is Lord. There's a book, let me recommend the book, Awo on the Nigerian Civil War.
What you find in that book is the transcript.
Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. What you find in that book is the transcript of the meeting that Awo had with Ojukwu. It was not there alone. There were other people that were there in that meeting. Marere was there. Aluko was there. Folks from the Eastern region were also there because, of course, it was their home. It was there for 2 days. They had a meeting. If you read that document, you will see the entire transcript. What you will not see there, you will see in another book. And that is because it did not happen during that meeting. At night, Ojukwu went to knock on Papa's door and said, we want to have a conversation with him. But Papa was wise. And it's a lesson I've learned for life. He said they should invite other people to be part of that meeting. So he brought the police commissioner in, and some people, they were there. How do I know this? Because Papa told this thing to Wole Soyinka, who wrote a book called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. And Papa described what happened in that nocturnal meeting. He came in Nicodemously to come and thank God Papa was wise enough to have other people present.
When I say you guys, pick your choose your pick.
You guys were raised on lies. When I say you guys, pick your choose your pick, choose your choice, whatever you want to have, it's fine. How could Awolowo have been the one that engineered this stuff when it was literally not even part of the stuff? What made Awolowo even join the whole thing? Guys, I know this is not part of the topic. I also like people talking about Awolowo anyhow, but I mean, may not be here, but he's actually here. That's the funny thing. Your own elders are rotten in the grave. His own spirit is everywhere. We have his books. His thoughts are here with us. We don't have anything from your fathers. Where was I? That year in Daruka Omo.
Ojukwu said that there is no
May 6, May 7, I was with Ojukwu. You know what Ojukwu said? Ojukwu said that there is no army in Black Africa that will be able to defeat them. What I'm saying right now is not even from Awo. You see it in Nelson Ota's book, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. You see it in Anthony Naro's speech, August 12, 1968 at Addis Ababa. You see all the boasting, rubbish, boastful nonsense that Ojukwu was saying. We will destroy Nigeria. They came to beg him. A guy in his 30s, a man that was born in 1909. So in 1967, he was 58 years old. You don't do this. Let's do this way. The same must fight. That was in May. In June 12, Awo joins the military government of Yakubu Gowon. All that time there was no war. This clown declared Biafra on May 30. The war that we now say Nigeria Biafra war did not start until July 6.
the West did not support it.
But guess what? The West was never part of it. The West did not support it even when it started in July. When did the West say, oh boy, we're going to have to do something? It was in August. Late August. Mid to late August. When the Midwest was invaded, that was when the West said, no, we have to do something about, like, how to speak. If you want to read what he said, read the book by Oduguwa. It's called Chief Awolowo, the Political Moses. His speech is inside that book. And one of the things that actually made him actually speak up, which I will forever thank God for, was when Victor Banjo started sending people that was trying to get into the Western region. I needed people to help him. He sent letters through Wole Soyinka. He sent letters to Olusegun Obasanjo. All kinds of things. You see it in Soyinka's book, you see it in Obasanjo's book, My Command. And then I had to speak up. You have invaded the Midwest. You're coming into the West. No. We're not going to allow anybody. Number one, I would say, number one, we're not under anybody's bondage. All this Fulani thing, we're not under Fulani's bondage. Number two, even if we were under Fulani bondage, we don't need you to come and save us. And the people, and if you know what Awo did and why we should be thankful, if you want to understand why and the stance that Awo took, if you read the book by Efadeton Ogunsheye, A Break in the Silence, and you read the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo, and the plan that he had for Yoruba land from Lagos to Jeba, isn't that appointing our governors, determining what will happen, occupying Yoruba land until it was convenient. So his words. He says the Biafran army reserved the right to occupy Yoruba land until when they feel comfortable enough to leave the place and know that you can take care of yourself. What if that is 1,000 years? How long did they stay in the Midwest before they left? They were pushed out by Nigerian forces. They occupied the Midwest and stayed. He's not telling Victor Banjo, we're going to stay in the Western region until when we deem it fit that we can leave. If you think I'm lying, read the book. The letter is there. It was written in August of 68. This is the kind of thing that's happened in Nigeria's history. So when people write nonsense in the comment section, I have to stop to read. And by the way, anybody mentions that way, I don't mind, I will stop again. Because I may send you to your grandfathers. But if you like mention Awo again, I will stop and respond to you. But this nonsense has to stop. And a people who have no heroes will not mind undermining other people's heroes. And you people have to speak up for Awo, not because Awo gains anything. If you like, speak up for him. If you like, speak up for Awo. If you like, don't speak up for Awo. It doesn't do anything to him and his legacy. He's who he is. But it does something to you as a Yoruba person. Once you attack people's heroes, especially those who are actually worth it, not the clowns who are just being propped up, the ones who are standing on their own, even in death, still standing. When you see people throwing stones at them and you watch them do it, what's going to happen is that once they put that thing down, you and your children have nobody to look up to. Therefore, you are going to become like them because they have no heroes. So, if you like, mention Awo again. This time I'll be mentioning your leaders one by one, and I'll be telling you the nonsense that each of them did. But let's not do that. Let's have peace and quiet. God bless you. But have sense. God bless you. Back to this book now. Where were we? Ironsi, in his perpetual dilemma of trying to please everybody, appeared to be at a loss what to do. The Igbos were predictably and rightly too angry at the May riots. They were even more furious at Ironsi's failure to take decisive action against the rioters. They began to contemplate a return to their homeland, but they were advised against this, seeing that the balance of power in the Federation still rested with them. As Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Head of State, the military governor of the East, the solicitor... I'll take this slowly. They began to contemplate the return to their homeland, but they were advised against this, seeing that the balance of power in the Federation still rested with them. As Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Head of State, the military governorship of the East, the Solicitor General of the Federation, and a host of powerful permanent secretaries and diplomatic representatives abroad, having filled up those spaces using nepotism. I had to say that. Eventually, Ironsi was pleased to appoint a commission of inquiry into the May riots. This soothed the Igbos somewhat. The sign of coming squalls had by this time become quite predictable. It was visible in most national institutions. It was at about the same period that Ironsi made a number of promotions in the army. It was said that about 80% of those promoted were Igbos. Calculators. I need a calculator. Let's confirm. Where's my calculator? 18 divided by 21 times 100 is 85.71%. It's 85.71%. This is over 80%. It's 85.71. They were going to promote 18 Igbo officers. Then someone told them that I was too Igbo. So now put 3. And by the way, if you read the book that they're always shouting about, you'll find it there. And they were at Demega's book, Why We Struck. 18 Igbo officers, 3 Northerners promoted above the Ogas, the 5 Yoruba. So you had 21. So that's 85.7%. It's more than 80%. I knew it. My mouth was mathing. Let's continue. They were grown. Okay, so it says it was about the same period that Ironsi made a number of promotions in the army. It was said that about 80% of those, okay, it said about, so it's right. It didn't say exactly, so it's correct. About 80% of those promoted were Igbos. Again, there were grumblings, particularly from the north. The point was made that those promoted merited it, and that in fact they had been discriminated against in the past. No one wants to hear that sort of thing in Nigeria, especially if the beneficiaries of any act happen to be of the same ethnic origin as the benefactor. By the way, some of the people that also committed, planned and executed the coup were also promoted while in detention, collecting salaries and watching TV. These promotions shook the army to its very foundation. Ironsi had to make a hurried tour to the north to address troops there. The University of Ibadan was the single national educational institution that could boast a large number of students and lecturers from all parts of the country. After the destruction of Lagos University in 1962 by the struggle for power between Igbo and Yoruba lecturers and administrators, Ibadan became an even more prestigious institution. Its staff and faculty were mostly Yoruba and Igbo. In the days of internecine politics in Western Nigeria, the university experienced convulsions from time to time. The anti-Akintola campaign received considerable support from Ibadan University, although there certainly were Yoruba lecturers who sympathized with Akintola. Thus, they failed to develop the outright confrontation between Igbos and Yorubas, which had happened in Lagos. What happened in Lagos, by the way? Well, what happened in Lagos was this. The Igbos, again, I like to say this, I know some will be like, we are repeating it, is important to add this caveat. Nobody's fighting anybody. Well, I'm not fighting anybody. Maybe you're fighting me, but if you fight me, just kill yourself. Where was I? What happened was that after feeling the civil service and the diplomatic corps and everywhere, they ensured that the GOC had to be Igbo, even though it was not actually the number 1 on the list. Politics and violence. I read it the other day. I was like, oh, okay, it's this book.
Please stop this now.
The recommendations that Welby Everett gave when he was living as GOC.
The recommendations that Welby Everett gave. The recommendations that
Obi Everett gave is in that book. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that they appointed Kennedy DK as VC in UI. DK was not the most senior lecturer. He wasn't. His primary qualification was that he was Igbo. There was Professor Jose, who was senior. There was Ezekiel Oluwasomi, but it had to be Igbo because we not all one Nigeria. Then they repeated that same thing in Lagos and appointed in Joko. By the way, there was another drama that came up later when they were not going to appoint Sabri Biobaku. And people said, "Oh, you want to remove Njoko? You're a tribalist." Excuse me. Sadly, there's always a group of Yoruba people, very naive, ignorant individuals. They speak very good English, but they're empty. They know nothing. They're always telling you about America and the UK. They have no understanding of the uniqueness of Nigeria. They've never studied it. They don't understand what Nigeria is about. They don't even understand the UK they're talking about. They've never read any history books in their lives, but they can speak very good English. They're the ones who will make the case for detribalization in Yoruba land. They're always there. Our prayer is that their numbers will reduce considerably, and that we'll have more sensible, aware people that are aware, not hateful, but just aware enough to understand self-preservation. One of those clowns in the 60s was a man called Kayode Adams, who took a knife and stabbed Sabri Biobaku, a Yoruba person who was made the VC in place of Njoku. By the way, Njoku was not removed haphazardly. He had finished serving a term, I think about 5 years. It could be renewed, or another person could come in. Well, they're not going to renew it, bring somebody else. Oh, it's because of tribalism. Number one, why was even the person there in the first place? How come you feel everywhere with your people? Yaba Tech filled with Igbo, University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, everywhere filled. And if you speak, it's because you're a tribalist. Kayode Adams takes a knife, stabs Sabri Biobaku because he was a tribalist. Was taken to court, and that was when I was talking about the fact that he had mental instability or whatever. Sadly, a little while after that, he committed suicide at Bar Beach. This story is online, you can check it out. Killed himself. The thing is, I mean, it's sad. His family would have cried, and but we need less of them in Yoruba land. They are very naive and very stupid, but they can speak very good English, and they assume that because they can speak English, they know what they're talking about. They don't know jack. Again, we don't do any of these things to hate anybody. Don't hate anybody. Just understand self-preservation, self-respect. You don't deprecate yourself because you're trying to please others. Makes no sense. All right. To talk about what happened in UI, and then of course Iransi called the meeting. With the military takeover, the contradictions in Yoruba society began to even themselves out, and under the leadership of Fajui, some measure of Yoruba unity was achieved, at least on campus. This naturally meant that Yoruba lecturers no longer made common cause with Igbo lecturers, who were at this time more preoccupied with their own problems. The struggle for power in the university between ethnic groups became increasingly bitter. The Yoruba were better organized and more determined. They were indeed more numerous and had the advantage of quote-unquote fighting on their quote-unquote home soil. The Igbo, though few, occupied several top places and were more vociferous. The May riots turned their attention from campus politics for a while. By the way, this campus politics was so bad that at a particular point, SUG was infiltrated by bigots. They told the Igbo students that they must make sure, if you read the book by E.A. Ayodele, The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society, the Igbos went to UI and said to those boys, the kids, the Igbo young men, that they should, vying for different posts. It's like you must push ambition, ambition. Ambition is good, But without wisdom, we can't kill. There's no wisdom, there's no culture, there's no contentment, there's no strategy. It's just unbridled passion to just dominate everywhere. And when people speak, you say they are tribalists. Continue. Where were we? Back to this place. The Igbo, though few, occupied several top places and were more vociferous. The main riots turned their attention from campus politics for a while. They were shocked by the riots to a great extent. It was then that the secession of Eastern Nigeria became a not too remote possibility I'll take that again. It was then that secession of Eastern Nigeria became a not too remote possibility in their horizon. It is signal that although what they were thinking of was secession of Eastern Nigeria, when they gathered, I'll take that again, it's very important. It is signal that although what they were thinking of was secession of Eastern Nigeria, when they gathered to discuss the matter, non-Igbos from Eastern Nigeria were carefully excluded from the meetings. Am I surprised? I've experienced it too. With Southern Alliance, before I discovered that, nah, it wasn't about the South, I beg. All these detribalized people. The problem is that once they have shown you pepper, you now become the hateful person, cursing the boats every time, cursing them. Learn this thing now, so you never need to curse anybody. There's no need to curse people. The reason you are cursing them is because you're trying to make up for your folly. Like, how could I have been stupid to follow these people? Now you are angry. Don't worry. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Just change now. Before you now go and use your head to fagbon, you can't eat the coconut. Agbon means coconut, by the way, to non-Yoruba speakers. If then take your head, break coconut, you don't go chop from them. Now waiting Yoruba they talk about. Let's go on. So they wanted to have Eastern Nigeria, not Igbo nation. They wanted to have Eastern Nigeria. But whenever they were having meetings on how to get Eastern Nigeria, they excluded non-Igbos. And it didn't stop here. It happened also in Enugu, in what they call the Eastern Consultative Forum. That thing was not what the name sounds like, but we'll get to that later. Let's have some time. It is signal that although what they were thinking of was secession of Eastern Nigeria, when they gathered to discuss the matter, non-Igbos from Eastern Nigeria were carefully excluded from the meetings. Again, this was symbolic of things to come. In the end, a memorandum went into circulation, was signed and was carried to Ojukwu. That means the lecturers came up with the memorandum, signed it and sent it to Ojukwu. Why did we come to this book? Because I'm trying to link it with where we were the last time we read the book by Sheo Shagari, which is still our major text, right? Beckon to Serve. So where we stopped there was what the intellectuals did in order to support Ironsi and later on Ojukwu. Well, we're done with Ironsi now, so we're entering Ojukwu's period. But I'm trying to move away from Ironsi, so I think we're succeeding. We'll get to a particular point, we'll have to go back to that book. I don't think we're going to finish this series today. We can't. Or possible. So we'll continue. Whenever we're done, we'll go to the other series, the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. And there are some fantastic books on that as well. We'll enjoy the session, but let's not do this thing halfway. Let's, deal with Obada. All right, let's continue. Okay. So again, the book is called On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. I'll read that bit again. It is signal that although what they were thinking of was secession of Eastern Nigeria, when they gathered to discuss the matter, non-Igbos from Eastern Nigeria were carefully excluded from the meetings. Again, this was symbolic of things to come. In the end, a memorandum went into circulation, was signed, and was carried to Ojukwu. The general feeling was that Eastern Nigeria, blessed as it was with oil wealth and quote-unquote sophisticated Igbo manpower, could make a success of nationhood. Such a nation would be even more successful if the drawback of the quote-unquote North was removed for all time. Igbo lecturers appeared to draw sustenance from the likelihood of the success of their scheme, that they remained strongly organized to meet any eventuality from the Yoruba colleagues. The wonder was that the university survived these intrigues. Ironsi began to see, after his tour to the north, that he was losing the initiative. He was a good man and he did his best under the circumstances, but the situation he had inherited was clearly beyond his powers, nor was he helped by those who surrounded him. But before I go into those who surrounded him, let's read something from Nebo Graham Douglas about what happened after Ironsi called all the governors, of course, in the aftermath of the crisis in the North in May of 1966. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion.
Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo.
Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion
The Return of My Military Governor from Lagos
by Nebo Graham Douglas. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, his military governor, of course, was Ojuku. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion. You know what? 1 second. I think I should connect it better. Let's do it better. Let's go back just a bit. Omar, it will help us understand. So again, the book is by Nebo Graham Douglas. Who was he?
1966.
You'll find out as I read. I already said it earlier, but you're going to find it here again. In March 1966, following the military coup of January 1966 and the establishment of military regimes both at the federal Nigerian level and in all the constituent regions of the Federation, I was appointed by Lieutenant Colonel C. Odumegu Ojukwu, then military governor of Eastern Nigeria, as Attorney General for Eastern Nigeria, to assist him, as he put it, in the work of reconstruction, quote unquote, facing the new military, I'll tell you that again, to assist him, as he put it, quote unquote, in the work of reconstruction facing the new military setup throughout the country. I was in that position when in May of that year, I became aware of the proposal to replace the existing federal system of administration with a unitary system. In my official capacity, I was called upon to advise on the draft decree by means of which the conversion was intended to be carried out. I advised against it. It was obvious to me that the move was Eastern, more accurately, Igbo-inspired. And I advised my military governor that if it was enacted and implemented, there would be such a violent reaction from the North that rather than unify the country, it would tend towards disintegration. Later that month, we attended a meeting of the Central Executive Council in Lagos, and informal discussions with my colleagues, the Attorney General of the Midwest and the Solicitors General of the North and the West, made me feel certain that I had given the proper advice. However, decision on the draft decree would be taken not by the Central Executive Council but by the Supreme Military Council. On Tuesday, 24th May, in a nationwide broadcast, the head of state and Supreme Commander of the Nigerian Armed Forces, now the late Major General JTU Agui Ironsi, announced the change. Decree number 34 of 1966 had been promulgated. The immediate reaction of the North was as I had foreseen. On Sunday, 29th May, there were unpleasant incidents in most cosmopolitan areas of northern Nigeria, and eastern, more so Igbo residents thereof, appeared to have come off pretty badly. The nation at once appeared to be facing the grim prospect of disintegration. To stave this off, the head of state held meetings with representatives of the northern chiefs and subsequently with the military governors of all the regions. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him. And the one thing that emerged from such a discussion was his determination to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. When was this? June of 66. Ironsi was still alive. Ojukwu was still the Eastern Region government. There was no Yakubu Gowon taking over power. There was no Aburi, nothing of those things. This was 7th of June, 1966. a full year before he declared Biafra. And that's why I tell people, when people say things like, Ojukwu declared Biafra because people were being killed in the north, I'm like, it's a lie. That's what you were told. And if a liar tells you something, well, if you want to believe it, but don't spread it to the rest of us. God bless you. Let's continue reading. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him. And the one thing that emerged from such discussion was his determination to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. Quote, "We are finished with the Federation. It is all a question of time," he assured me. I wondered, I knew that he had hoped to become head of state of the Federation of Nigeria sometime, replacing Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi, the contempt for whom he did not much disguise. Founding such hope as he did on the belief that by virtue of his formal education, he had gone to Oxford, by virtue of his formal education, it would be more acceptable than the other possibles for the position in due course. That hope was dashed by the Northern incident of 29th May and after nomination. He wasted, by the way, that phrase that was written in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that, yes, from the 60s, 70s, and 80s on Nigerian politics, I've not seen any book that doesn't have that phrase, Igbo domination, because it was real. Let's continue. The hope was dashed by the Northern incidents of 29th May and after an unmistakable expression of resentment for Igbo domination. He wasted no time in planning for himself for the future, and the one answer was to be the head of state of an independent Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might be called. I realized this at once in the course of our discussion, but there was nothing I could do other than advise that such a move would be successful only if predicated upon the common consent of all the peoples comprised in the region, and that accordingly his first task would be to work for the solidarity of the peoples. We're going to continue this book later. Let's go back to Darkling Place. So the point you find here is this: Ojukwu's desire to establish a separate country sincerely. Let me say it this way.
Let me say this way. It wasn't about the pain of his people, it was about his own personal ambition. If you read this book,
let me say it this way. It wasn't about the pain of his people, it was about his own personal ambition. If you read this book, if you continue reading the book, you'll see where he started talking about the Nnewi clique. There's a group called Nnewi clique. Now them, they come up with the idea, what thing you go do. Isaac says, if Nigeria is working, who will be talking about separation and revolution? You. Your fathers did not just start talking about separation today. They've been talking about it since 63. And the point is that they don't just talk about, if they were talking about it to even make sense, they don't talk about it. They're always violent because just like you, no ability to think. See, since you guys love Nigeria so much, may your life be like Nigeria. You say amen now. The part of the country, the part of the Nigeria that I live in, my life is beautiful. The part of I'm from the southwest, by the way. I'm not from your region. If I were from your region, I would not say amen. But I'm Yoruba, so I will say amen. Because we are making progress. We are doing better. But your life is going to be like your region. You don't have to say amen. Which am I reading here? So your life is like the eastern region. But you don't have to say amen to that. How is you going to get with that?
so all these ones that are going on the place, if it's Nigeria, I say no.
J-Links, you are here. Good to see you. So all these ones that are going all over the place, if it's Nigeria, I say no. If it's my part of Nigeria, I will say amen. If it's your part of Nigeria, you don't have to say amen. Your life is exactly like that region. You know, haphazard, violent, unthinking, just absolute stupidity. Emi says you realize there is writer's bias, right? That's why I read different sources. Right. The other day, I was reading Bengbuli. You did not say there was writer's bias, so I read Bengbuli. I read the Achebe, even though I know that the book is full of lies. I still read it. So writer's bias is even different from recollection of historical events. By the way, this document, it's even important for me to say it. This document I just read was published in 1968. This is not last year's book. This is 1968. Right in the middle of the war. And the things it described in this material, if you read it and you think of the war the same way, it's because you're not human. If you're a human being and you see what the folks in River State went through and Bayelsa State went through in the hands of these bloody, terrible human beings called Biafra soldiers, you would understand it as well. Read it for yourself. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. The writer is Nebuchadnezzar Douglas and it was published in 1968. Right. So when people say things like there's writer's bias, we know there's writer's bias. That's why it's important to read from different perspectives. And then you can say, okay, so for instance, now this is Nebuchadnezzar Douglas. We just came from Kensarua and we're reading Sheo Shagari. These are different perspectives. By the time you read all these things, including Bengbuli and Adeboyega and so on and so forth, then you can discover, and even in Kat's book, which you're not reading today, by the way, read Kole Omotosho's book, read Olusegun Obasanjo, read Kensarua, read John Desenjo, read H.M.K. Green. By the time you are done reading all these things, you now say, okay, based on everything, like this, not 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 like this. All right, let's go back to the other book, please. Where did we stop?
Talking about what happened in the aftermath of riots.
So we're talking about what happened in the aftermath of the riots of May 29, 1966. Iransi went to the north and went to speak to the people, got all the governors together, and we read in the book by Nebuchadnezzar Douglas. After that meeting, Ojukwu returned and started talking about the fact that he wanted to have his own separate nation in June of 66. Again, the book was published while he was alive. Ojukwu had the chance to respond to all these things. He published a book, by the way. The book is called Because I Am Involved. If Ojukwu were to write a book, let me go to the comment section just for a second. I want to rest for a bit. If Ojukwu, Emmy says Bengbuli. He published his book in 1981. Nigeria's 5 majors. So that's the person. Let's talk very quickly. If you were to read a book, or if Ojukwu tells you he wants to write a book and entitles it Because I Am Involved, what exactly would you expect him to write about? Anybody in the comment section, please. What would you like him to write about? About the Biafra. He should write about the Biafra War. Thank you. The war. The book is here. He didn't talk about it. If he was to speak, the only thing I want to hear from him is the war. He didn't talk about it. We're just going around and around. Didn't talk about it. What he did was to spend his time granting interviews, talking, just lying. He lied. I read one last month or so. I was like, God. Just lying. Wrote a book, did not even tell us what he did in that stuff. So I'll take the people who spoke when they had the opportunity rather than the person who was just lying without ever addressing what they said about him. When you address some, but he still lied. How do we know he's lying? Because you check from different places. If I tell you right now, I'm in Nigeria at the moment. If I say to you that it is 4 p.m. and someone says I have a right to my opinion, no, I don't have a right to that opinion that it is 4 p.m. unless you are insane. That you are saying that it's 4 p.m. anytime here, and you are in Nigeria. I say it's sunny outside. You know the person is lying now. In other words, nature tells you the person is lying. Your own ability to also ask other people in Nigeria tells you it's lying. The fact that you haven't lived in Nigeria before tells you it's lying. Geography tells you it's lying. Everything tells you not lie. So that's how you know Ojukwu was lying. Just read what other people say about it. It was just lying like it was going out of fashion. A few more things. Interestingly, we can't get to the book by Sheo Shagari today. In other words, and funny enough, I have pages marked for you. I have pages, man. I was like, we're going to talk about some of those things, but don't worry, we'll continue next week. But before we leave, we're going to read a few more things from Ken Sarawiwa. It says Ironsi began to see after his tour to the north that he was losing the initiative. Sorry, guys. We always have retards visits from time to time. The best thing to do is to mute them so that the ability to. Let's just stop. Where were we? Ironsi began to see after his tour to the north that he was losing the initiative. He was a good man and he did his best under the circumstances, but the situation he had inherited was clearly beyond his powers. Nor was he helped by those who surrounded him, who were all Igbos, to be clear. All his advisors who were telling him, goading him on, telling him what to do. He was intentional about making sure they were all from his place. He just pushed him to his death. It's not an excuse for his death, though. That was still a terrible thing, but let's continue. And once he began to see after, he was a good man and he did his best under the circumstances, but the situation he had inherited was clearly beyond his powers. Nor was he helped by those who surrounded him. It may as well be said of him that he would have been a good ruler if he had not ruled in. I'll tell you again. It may as well be said of him that he would have been a good ruler if he had not ruled in Nigeria in 1966. Actually, he would never be a good ruler if he was going to rule Nigeria ever. It wasn't meant to, should have started with the Eastern region. I can assure you, he would have made a terrible one as well. So he says, by the way, what I mean by that is that it's a person like that will probably be able to most likely lead Igbo people. Like, try it first amongst your people. Let's see how it works. You can't lead several ethnic groups as though you are leading a clan. You are coming up with unitary system. What kind of ridiculous policies? Try it amongst within your ethnic group first. If it works, then you cannot, and it will not work. We know it shouldn't have worked. It is possible that the bane of his regime was that he had power thrust on him when he was least prepared for its responsibilities. In search of some assurance of those things that united the nation, he went in pursuit of all emirs, obas, and chiefs. The politicians are successfully
to suit their own purposes. He also wanted to use chiefs in the same way. A conference of all chiefs in the federation was scheduled for Ibadan.
Purposes. He also wanted to use chiefs in the same way. A conference of all chiefs in the federation was scheduled for Ibadan in July of 1966. From north, east, south, and west they came. Chiefs in regalia and out of regalia, chiefs with thrones and chiefs without thrones, chiefs with subjects and chiefs without subjects, natural chiefs, social chiefs, they were all there. Ironsi was like a drowning man, catching at any straw in an attempt to save himself. On the eve of the conference, he held a party for all delegates, at the end of which he retired with his host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajuyi, to Government House, where he was staying. That was the last that was heard or seen of Major General J.T.U. Agui Ironsi, the man who had risen from the ranks to become Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and the head of state. He was murdered with his host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajuyi, that night. We must shed a tear for Ironsi, for he was an honest man. Where is the tear for Fajuyi? Because he was a loyal man. But yes, I'm sure Ironsi was an honest man from what things we've heard. But that honesty itself, he get killed because he knew about the coup. I think we should stop there for now. Let's stop there from now. So we're going to come back to this book next week. We'll be on this topic for a bit, please. Let's not rush it. We'll come back to we'll go to the next series later. I'll just check if there's anything I can read from here before we go today. Jesus. Ojiro Yedikagi. Oh, okay. So, you know what? I think it's a good place to stop. Is death. When we come on Monday, I think we should start from that same place. but in this book. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan.
We're talking about when we read T.Y. Danjuma's interview.
Oh, we read this the other day now when we're talking about when we read T.Y. Danjuma's interview about how Ironsi was unalived. Let's read the same stuff we read in Kansaruwa's book. Let's read it in Shehu Shagari's book as well. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan amidst strong rumors of a plan by the regime to blow them up while in the conference hall. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. In the event, the conference convened to explore ways of ensuring the country's security and political stability opened cheerfully enough. He also led the rulers in singing the national anthem and lectured them on its significance. Nothing catastrophic occurred, although the northern participants allegedly found the day's deliberations rather unrewarding. Later in the evening, General Ironsi's host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri, the military governor of the Western Group of Provinces, arranged a cocktail party for the visiting dignitaries. But unknown to the two men, fate was beckoning. Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28 in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern soldiers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers and shot a number of them dead. The garrison quickly passed into northern hands, followed by more killings. By the morning of the 29th, the news had reached Ibadan and Lagos, where northern officers, NCOs, and other ranks utterly revolted and established their sway. Those in the north joined the fray late in the evening and gained control as well, but those in the eastern capital of Enugu were preempted by their battalion commander, who contrived an accord between the rival factions. Oh, this is where we were supposed to start too. I remember now. We read this place the last time, and then we read from T.Y. Danjuma. And then I said when we came back, we would look at what happened after all of this thing took place. So what happened in Enugu with a man called Ogunewe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, because I have to be very careful. The name looks like a Yoruba name. So I want to make sure it's not pronounced he's an Igbo man. Was a good man, by the way. And he was seen as Baba. They used to call him Baba. And he was one who helped make sure that there were no killings in Enugu. But his Oga was hiding. Who is his Oga? Anybody knows his Oga? Comment section, please help me. Do you know his Oga?
Let your God forgive you.
Letting your God forgive you.
Nelson Emmanuel says, please, I want to know the history books you are reading.
What's Ojuku?
Everything I read here.
Nelson Emmanuel says, please, I want to know the history books you are reading. Every book I mention here, everything I read here, what I'm reading, I'm quoting, I mention the books. Just catch it anyhow you can. Thank you. There are many books, I don't even know where to begin. I think we should stop here for today. Somebody's trying to come up. We're going to have you come up. We'll continue from here on Monday. I want to talk about how Gowon took over. We're going to look at it from good. They're going to need Gowon's book. You know what? I should write it down. Give me a second. While I bring that person up, we're going to need Gowon's book on Monday. The book is called Gowon. By the way, some people are buying. You know what people are buying that book on Redomi Books these days? I'm noticing the pattern. Why are you guys buying that book? A number of people are buying that book amongst other books, many books are being sold, but for some reason, maybe I've been quoting a lot from that book. By the way, thank you everybody, and thank you first, Sean Oguns. Thank you for doing a fantastic job in the comment section. And thanks everyone for getting us to 101k likes. Thank you so much.
To understand what happened, now go on to power and the role and what would be the
So, to understand what happened, and now go on to power and the role and what Ogundikpe and Ojukwu played, we'll go on the biography of a soldier statesman, and we'll also read the Nigerian Civil War. I'm just trying to make a note so that I don't forget. The Nigerian Civil War by John Descent Jaw. Let's start with those two. And then we'll get into maybe Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by Kirk Green. All right. So we have a person trying to come up. Let's bring him up.
No, it's not Paradise Ojukwu actually.
Olagunju Emmanuel Ayobode. No, it's not Paradise Ojukwu actually. It was Ojukwu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you?
Comrade. Hello, can you hear me?
Comrade.
Prof. Ekale.
I can't hear you. 1 second.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Alright, please say something. I hope I hear.
All right, please say something. I hope I hear. Ekaleo. Shilalalewa. Ekpele. Ẹ ṣé o. Àmì o, àmì o. Ẹ ṣé o.
Wonderful experience in the journey of knowing more about what I've done in the past, going to Nigeria, and I commend you on the skills that your guys have put together on Radio News. In fact, while I was watching the first episode this morning, you know me do.
Yeah. Ẹ ṣé. Sound effect.
Sound effect. Can you get close? Can you move close?
But sound effect. Can you get close? Can you move closer to your mic? I don't know going that out.
Okay. Bye, you got that.
It's better now.
So during when the questions were popping up, you see responder and about to respond. You turn down questions.
You let you have sound effects in there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No, I have to interpret what you're saying, Mama Shia, because they can't hear you. They can't hear you. So it's giving. Thank you, Big Fowler. It's giving. So Redomi Republic, our first episode is on YouTube. The channel is Redomi Republic on YouTube, right? You just put out the first episode of the game show. It's based, of course, it's about Nigerian history and politics, and Yoruba history and culture. So he said he watched it and he liked it, and he said I should thank everybody that put it together. And then he now said that we should have sound effects, right, into all those things. The truth of the matter is I also thought about it, but I felt that if we went to do everything, we're not going to be able to meet the deadline, and we're pushing it. I was like, let's do it the best we can. It was, and I'm glad you like it, but I'm also glad that we also have room for improvement. So we'll work on that. In the next episode, it's going to get better. But do you like the graphics and the way it looks? Show Joju. Okay. Okay. Eshe, thank you, sir. Ejo, weekend, everyone. This weekend, please watch Redomi Republic, our very first episode on YouTube. It's not on this channel. This is Busuyori's channel, but there's another channel called Redomi Republic. It's just for the game show. Please go there, subscribe, like, share. You learn Nigerian history, Yoruba history, but it's a game show, right? And then with our contestant won as well, you know, and you can also be part of it, right? From next week, like I said earlier, I wanted that first one to come out so it becomes the basis for whatever we're saying, or else it just be like an idea to town your lady. So now that we have it, if you'd like to be part of it, please check out, please go to Linktree, that's linktr.ee, Linktree/Redomi Republic, or just go to our Telegram channel, Redomi Global. You'll find the link in that Telegram channel. Click on it, fill the form, and then we'll call you. And we'll interview, we'll have the contest, we'll have the quiz live on TikTok, right? You just have to be able to open your camera or use your friend's account if you like, and then we'll interview you. What am I saying? You play the game, you're not interviewing you. I don't know, what am I thinking of interview? You contest, we'll interview you, and then, okay. Maybe I see that interview, don't they come like 2-3 times, so maybe there's something I should be thinking of. Anyway, you have your session, and then you stand a chance to win cash prizes. So yeah, register, and we'll get back to you. Redomi Republic, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a groundbreaking show. We're going to do a lot of great stuff. Tinyon Love, how do I add you up? Add you up where? On this live or in Redomi Republic? I don't understand what you're writing. All right, so, but if you want to come up here, we still have one more space. Please send your request. You are going to have to send the request. Yeah, thank you very much for that feedback, Comrade Leko. We'll work on it and make it better. Thank you. Well, please help us share it. 1 second, please. Nigeria is working. Oh yeah. All right.
So let's have
all right, we're rounding up anyway. So let's have Adekomi. Kaleo. Ṣé dáadáa ni?
Yes, sir.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o.
Dáadáa ni mo wà, sir.
Ẹ kú gbádùn.
Àwa nìyẹn o. Well, I don't really have much to say because I came in very late. I'm not worried. Our buttons can want to get more tennis. Very likely can relocate Lososhan.
Má sọ bí, jẹ́ ká má sọ. No, irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a lè sọ live. That's a personal plan you have. All right.
That's true. I was even about saying my bank, but well done, sir. I came in very late. I'm just here to say kudos to you.
Thank you.
Àwọn èèyàn kan wọ́n fẹ́ nǹkan tọ́lọ́run pè wọ́n náà fẹ́ sọra wọn dà, and me, I'm enjoying the game. The first pay that happened in January 15 next year will make it 60 years it happened, and àwọn ni wọ́n mọ̀ they should not learn. They declare the unification, unitary system. Now the thing tí ìbá ṣe pé counter kù yẹn wà, èyí odùnégù àbí kí wọ́n porúkọ ẹ̀ kò ní máa sunkún bí.
I think he's having an issue.
I think he's having an issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Google AI láwà.
Yes, we can.
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi báyìí?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. I think okay.
So èyí tó bá gbọ́ Yorùbá kó lọ lo Google Translator. Ayé AI láwà báyìí nísìn. My own advice for them is tọ́ máa mọ̀ pé àwọn like àwọn kan tètè ṣe kíni kan jẹ́ tètè gbé 5 plot of land wọn yẹn kan tètè máa lọ, because tọ́ bá tún fẹ́ mú lóní kíní fún wọn, àwọn èèyàn kan wà tó wà nínú 5 plot of land wọn yẹn tí ò ń ṣe tiwọn tá a ṣe máa gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Right now, an Ikwere man, an Ijaw man, political future in Nigeria ó sì bright ju tàwọn Yamiri yìí lọ. So is it that you
Well,
calm
just,
down?
just call
Is
them,
that you calm down?
just call them the ethnic name. Malo Slow.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Is it that you stay calm? You can come to my space and do your business. Like Bro Busui once said, he said it was once conversing with someone on Twitter, and he told the person that I think he commented, and he told the person that in your space I'm a foreigner, and the person told him that no, you are welcomed, you are not a visitor or something like that. He now said it's better it's coming from you. It's better it comes from your host that you are welcome. Not you going to your host to go and drag land and do what's not to them. So let's keep learning to my fellow youth. Some people are these have not been able to because of recent I've been really busy. So I didn't give follow up to some of those guys, but at the initial stage they were always coming. So to our
No
fellow
problem.
youth, let's keep it up. Let's keep learning. Yes, let's keep learning. So
All right.
Orile de Nigeria, God bless
Sure.
Yoruba ethnic nationality.
Thank you very much for that. God bless you too. Let's have our final speaker. But please, Abdurrahman, you're going to have to be timed. Like it's weekend and I have to be with my family. So please, you have 5 minutes. That's generous. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you
Good evening.
very much.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. How are you? You don't even
I'm
have
very
to
good.
give me 5 minutes, maybe less than 1 minute. I
Okay.
just want to ask you, what are the dates that you said for the request for your viewers to participate?
Like right now,
now?
you're participating right now.
Yes, but it's not.
It's about the time.
It's like it's not every day that you are.
No, it's every day. It's every day. It's about the time. So if, for instance, the session goes for too long and I'm ending late, then we'll not be able to have people. But any time. But I think you just go ahead and contribute.
Well, honestly speaking, I'm just a bit discouraged. Like, the last two sessions that I participated, I really wanted to contribute. In fact, I jotted some things
Why not
down.
make that
But
contribution
now I
now?
just because I think I understand your teaching very well today. There are no gray
Okay.
areas for me that I have to ask or add value, except if you can ask me something as your student or kickstart something intellectual. But for my side, I really appreciate and I understand.
Thank you.
And may God continue to guide you, help you, protect you,
Amen. Amen.
and may God guide our leaders.
Amen.
Some of the things that you stand for, may we see them become reality in our
Amen.
lifetime.
Amen. Amen.
Yes, I think that is all.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So I'm just going to read some of the comments from some of our platforms, and then we'll call it a day. So let's start with YouTube. There's a lot. Let me use the device because these letters are too small. Let's start with you. Sorry, I'm not being all. Okay. Well, there's some interesting stuff here. Covenant says we don't blame you. We just it's one of these clowns. So what is this terrorist talking about? Your name is Covenant. Is it Covenant with demons? Busui, please bring me online, please, sir.
Okay, guys, please. This person.
Maybe you don't understand how this works. You send see. Okay, guys, please. This person really wants to come up. Senior love, please. Please, can you see? Do you see an icon like red and blue, like 2 characters? You know what? Let's make this easier. I think let me take they call me down. I'll send you a request. Maybe this will help you. I think you probably don't know how this works. No, I'm not worried. What's it? I don't want me to say.
Please go on and say what.
Oh yeah, you see, join.
Can you hear me?
Accept the stuff. Okay, please go on and say what. I mean, can you hear me? T on love. I rope on background in your feedback in one level.
Okay, one office there, very close. Bye, go better bye.
Ben.
Mo one office ni mo fẹ́ close ni. Oh, okay, bye. Team Baba in Solale, I will not be happy. And then mo le ní bad weekend.
I'm glad you are here. Don't have bad weekend.
Tí Baba in sọ mo is like mi mọ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún ya, tí bá sọ mama ṣépè. Understand? Tí mama ṣépè. Because people who in go online go say me mo dẹ̀ pé it's like mo rí ẹjọ́ mo Yorùbá nation. Mi ò fẹ́ sọ is like but clear okay. But clearly ẹ má bínú ẹjọ́ mi ó yẹ kẹ́ mi sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ gbogbo yẹn mú mi sí ó yẹ kẹ́ máa wo message mi gbà mí tí ẹ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tí bá wà content ní kọ̀ọ̀kan tí bá ń sọ mo ẹ̀yin àtàwọn èèyàn bíi mẹ́ta kọ̀ọ̀kan tí máa ń rí ní lọ́yàn báyìí mo ní méjì pé gbogbo wa nínú gbogbo wa ti ń dìde àti sọjí mo kàn wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ni ṣe understand àwọn wèrè yẹn mo understand ẹ fún wọn lẹ̀ àti mọ̀ ọyẹ yín àbí àwọn no man's land ọyẹ yín gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ̀ tó ń sọ so àti mọ̀ gbogbo àti ìwé kan ní mi dùn but nǹkan tí mo wá nídìí sí ni nǹkan tí mo wá fẹ́ kí gbogbo àṣẹ sí ni pé it's like mi ìfẹ́ sọ pé tí bá sọ pé ìkànnà ọmọ àlè wà nù wá mi ìfẹ́ mi like word yẹn kí n sọ pé ìkànnà àwọn odi wọn wà ìkànnà wa bí a ti wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé wọn kò mí náà no èmi náà wọ́n sọ pé tẹ̀tẹ̀ because nǹkan táwọn people yìí ṣojú wa ti ń là ju mo really appreciate mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí gan ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí ṣe yìí ó jẹ́ kí èmi máa because èmi wò pé ẹ take your time to do this láti fún wa lóúnjẹ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ bí a mi mọ̀ fẹ́ pé it's like with your mo pé bá mi ẹ máa busy ẹ̀ lẹ́mọ̀ra yìí but get many things mo máa ń rí bọ́ ẹ máa ń gbé sí ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ máa wo bẹ́ẹ̀ tí máa wo content yín gbà mí tí máa lọ section comment section yín gbà mí máa wo àwọn tó bá sọ sí yín gbà mí but yet give up yes give up yes ẹ tún fún ọ you give them harder about bọ́yìn gbé wà ẹ̀ ń dá padà so èmi mo fẹ́ pé bí a mọ mi bá ní kí mọ́ gírísì ẹ̀ bò mọ́tà tó bá tún ju gírísì lọ kó tún wà mẹ́ pẹ̀lú so mo really appreciate it ẹ pé mi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ pé mo dábẹ́sẹ̀ kejì àyẹ̀ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ just like so that mo fẹ́ really make my day so mo really appreciate it gan ẹ pé gbà tí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní great Basuyi chetiri ẹgbẹ́ tẹ̀ mi because irú àwọn èèyàn tí mo fẹ́ lélẹ̀ mo really appreciate it tún gan o.
Basuyi ni ṣá Basuyi.
Basuyi àbí okay ibi ẹ mo pé sorry.
No you ni.
So okay so nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé mo really appreciate inú mi dùn pé àwọn kan ti wake up inú wa ti wake up ṣe understand àti wake up so mo really dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín gan ọ̀tẹ̀ ìṣe gbogbo àdé àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan a tún máa tají sí ṣe understand so nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ẹ má bínú mo kàn ń ṣé mo rò lọ́kàn ni o it's like what you are doing ṣe é pé awareness lẹ́ ń ṣe bí a mo right ṣá bẹ́ẹ̀ni just to know kákọ̀ mo is like ṣé ẹ lè hold kìíní ká máa ní bọ́dì ni àbí báwo mi ìfẹ́ kó jẹ́ content lè lò àbí ẹ̀ think bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan ẹ̀ think ẹ̀ rí kó máa yẹ content nìkan kí lẹ rí I don't want to say content alone.
So there's a plan for okay I want you to finish when you are done I'll mute you so that you might go feedback.
Okay.
Are you done?
No. Just a minute.
I'll respond.
So, because like I said earlier, that we really appreciate your efforts. Time am I busy? Like what you said that you wanted to go and attend to your family that so great time. My there's a more going for me, but we really appreciate him gone. And then Emma retire enjoy, Emma relent, Emma accept defeat. Emma accept defeat. And then Defash also Defash content laying on the track and sachet. You know, to add that ni, you know, take care. And you man better be my bino, better like way better be in to for one we. Just say to man low, and you man for one gap to my bound we shall stay in the direct echo. We are okay, or make it to round cushion farmer. I demand me. But Defash here, Defash DEFASH extra. Oh, my mentioning. That guy never thought we Yoruba. He said, I love my tribe, I don't play with it. Chester, I want to have a look on by day one. So, Mori, appreciate him.
Thank you.
So, God, okay, hold on. Actually, I'm appreciating.
Thank you. All right. That was a lot. Thank you. I'm going to speak in English so everybody will get it. So thank you very much for that submission. Why don't I go harder? That's, I mean, to be honest, yeah, when some of these people talk in comment section and insult and everything, I always think of them like my children. So hopefully we're all going to learn and get better. But thank you very much for those great things you said, and for the compliments. I really appreciate it. About the thing you said, the truth is there are plans. I even discussed it last year, December. But I said to hold on, and there is a plan, for something like that, like a body and things, but not yet, but soon. For now, we want to just do a lot of work in the media, and when we go to that point, we'll come up with something that we can all join, but has nothing to do with, something that is more, Yoruba-centric, but more, what's the word now, hands-on, right? All of us can be a part of it in different parts of the world. So yeah, that's going to happen. I talked about it in December last year. And we're going to do it by the grace of God. It's just that, there's something about visions, like it happens in stages, right? So at this stage, we're here having our sessions, we create podcasts. We just had our game show. The first episode came out today, and we're going to expand on that for a bit. We will have something that will bring everybody together, and whether physically or online, but not like a media event, something for us, by us. Fubu, go figure. Yeah, so that will happen soon. I will let us know when it happens. But before we go, let me thank everybody who has been part of today's session. Everybody who has tapped, you liked, you shared. Thank you, by the way, Mr. Olaleko, for coming up. Thank you very much, sir. You've liked, you've shared, you've commented, you've power tapped. Thank you. Create a Telegram group with members not able to post them, posting some of those electronic books. You are telling me what we did about 8 months ago. Check Redomi Global on Telegram.
We don't post books on Redomi Global.
Everything you just wrote here now, that's Redomi Global. Check Redomi Global. But I don't post books. We don't post books on Redomi Global. We can't post books that are published. If you want to buy books, there's Redomi Books on Telegram. But there are some things that we can share, like things that have no copyright stuff, or maybe very scarce books. A few of them you'll find in Redomi Global. But if you want to purchase books, that's on Redomi Books. Both of them are on Telegram. But thank you for the advice. Spell Redomi, R-E-Domi, R-E-D-O-M-I. Redomi. No, not Redmi. Redmi is Chinese. Redomi. Tiwanie. Thank you, First Sean. Redomi on Telegram. And please, speaking of Redomi, our first episode of Redomi Republic, a game show focusing on Nigerian politics and Nigerian history, Yoruba culture. The very first episode was released today on Redomi Republic. It's a fresh page, and it's intentional. I know we're just growing like dear. But I want it to be I don't want to be putting on Busui Oris on YouTube. I want it to just be dedicated to the game. So if people want to just watch game shows, they'll be able to go there. Ferrari, yes, it's live now. So please check out Redomi Republic on Redomi Republic on YouTube. It's our YouTube channel. Redomi, yes, Abe. So the very first episode is out. Please, this weekend, like, share, enjoy it. Write in the comment section. If you have anything like feedback that you think we should do better, please reach out to me. You can reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris, or you can even write comment section. But to be honest, I think it's pretty good, and I'm glad that somebody came up and said it was nice. It's actually very good. But of course, there's room for improvement, and one of those things we're going to work on in terms of sound design. We'll do that next episode. So from next week, now that we have the first episode out, from next week we're going to be having our recordings on Fridays. So watch that one. Let's share it together. We're putting out some, snippets from time to time throughout the next 1 week or so that way, people actually know that this is Shelembe, and they can grow from there. So from next week, every Friday, we'll be having the game show, right? Maybe a little of teaching if there's still time, but dedicated to the news and the game show. Maybe more game show. But please join us. Please watch first. Watch, I beg. Excuse me. Watch those things. Watch the first episode. Let us know what you think. Whatever we can do better, let us know. But we have something really good on our hands, and we're hoping that we'll be able to teach ourselves Nigerian history, Nigerian politics, Yoruba history, Yoruba culture, and we'll all learn together and build with the information that we have of our past. We can build a better future today. All right, thank you very much. Also, please check out Busui Oris channel on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff that you will like to watch there. Some things came out earlier today. We're going to upload some things before the end of tonight. So work doesn't really stop. Can we have the link to the Blue app? No, once we get to Telegram, just search Redomi Global. You find it. Just type the word. If I type, you know what? It may not be like say I don't want to give you what you want. If I give you the link right now, you can't click on it here. TikTok doesn't work that way.
Type it in your browser.
Take this link right now. You can just take this link, type it in your browser. Chrome, Firefox, whatever. Type it in your browser, click on it to take you there. Redomi Global. So please join the team, join the channel. You'll find the links to the new episode there. Please check it out and check out Busui Oris as well. Let's make this big. Okay, comment section. Make we finish live. Make I watch them. Oh, thank you, sir. Olowo Oriwon.
Oh, we have a number of.
That's your name. That's your name. Oh, we have a number of responses, and I like to take responses so that everybody is part of this stuff. So quickly, just back to YouTube for a bit. By the way, our Redomi Republic, we give cash gifts, right? So if you contest, you stand a chance of winning. And at the moment, we have 4 rounds, and every correct answer you provide fetches you a specific amount of money. In round 1, in round 2, and in round 3, and it goes higher and higher from one round to the next. So the final round, you can multiply everything you've won by 2. Right, you have only 2 questions in the final round, 5 questions in every other round, but 2 questions in the final round. If you provide 2 correct answers, you multiply your earnings by 2. If you provide 1 correct answer, you walk away with what you have. If you provide no correct answer, you divide what you've won by 2. So, but it's a fun, very fun game. And also, if you like to participate, please, you know what? Let me put out these details. we are here together. So let's just quickly do this. I'll take the comments in a bit, please. All right. So that's the Linktree account address, Linktree/Redomi Republic. Please check it out. This is your chance to represent truth, test your knowledge, earn your place in history on the Redomi Republic live game show. If you think you know Nigerian and Yoruba history, come play. So you win cash prizes, and that's how to register. Go to Linktree/Redomi Republic to register. Thank you very much. Also, if you'd like to support us, because of course we're going to be winning money, which means that we're going to have, we are giving people cash prizes. So if you'd like to support us, please, you can use this bank details. We would really appreciate your support. It takes a lot to do all these things. Apart from gift, you also have to make the stuff into something different from TikTok content. So I'll explain something a bit. We want to make sure that it's something that you can watch on TV. All right. So and I'll show you. Maybe I'll even show you right now what it looks like. Because I watch a lot of this online stuff on TV as a family, and we want to make sure that we have the kind of format that will be compatible with both television and handheld devices. So that's why we have to redesign it. But it's really nice, but it costs a lot of money to do all these things. And also to advertise. We're planning as soon as this account is dancing, we'll be advertising our stuff. But for now, we just advertise on the other channel, Busui Ori's channel. So a lot goes into producing this. That's what I'm trying to say. So please support us. Let me show you what it looks like since we're all here. Okay. I hope you got the address, Linktree/Redomi Republic. Once you register, we're going to get back to you and have you to be part of the session. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me show you what the first episode looks like. You all check it though, but we're all here, so might as well just. I mean, the montage is quite nice. It's very short because it's online. We don't have time for 50 seconds. Awade. We have to make it as short as possible. All right, so here is. I mean, you should go and watch it, by the way. But this is what it looks like. This is Redomi Republic. Okay, let me play for you guys. Voila. Okay. There's my. Oh, sorry. Ẹkáàbọ.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now? I said I came ready to spread up for this program, right?
So that's what it looks like, and
Amalgamation joined Nigeria for economic convenience, not unity. Truth or tale? The 1914 amalgamation joined Nigeria for economic convenience, not unity. Truth or tale?
All right, go on. What is it?
Do you mind explaining?
all right, go and watch the rest. What if I watch a little of this?
Where I'm going to put it is that when Lord Lugard was the administrator, so we have.
No. Sorry, 1 second. I want you to watch it. I want you to watch the shorts. So this is the advert that we put out.
God wanted a Israel whereby the two protectorates can be won to ensure that one part of the colony is also enjoying the how can I put it now? It's also enjoying
All right. So please watch the episodes and share with your friends. And thank you very much, Caris Events. Just question of I know what's it to me, what's it lofa? But you did very well, and I really liked it. We have like 2 weeks before we have another episode, because next week we're going to have recordings next week, and then I want to see if we can have a recording before Friday, so we can put out another episode on Friday. I will see if that's possible next week, but definitely we're going to have a recording on Friday on TikTok. So please join us. Let's make it happen. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up here, the GTB bank account. Please support what we're doing. We have a lot more episodes to do. I'm still looking at how to get more people to get the work done, so we can have more than one episode a week. But for now, we'll just do like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. We'll do it once a week for now, and then we can scale as time goes on. But thank you very much for your support. By the way, everybody who has given a rose, whether here on TikTok or you're giving something on YouTube, every single gift is appreciated. Thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you and increase you on all sides. So I really appreciate everyone's support. And if you're also sharing or liking, every single thing is appreciated. Thank you, Sean Yon on Facebook. Jawi Ola says Biafra is just a fraudulent obtaining under false pretenses. The section 419 of the penal code. We have Ilenia Shaw. We have Jawi Ola and so on Facebook. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. Quickly on YouTube, just take a few things and then we'll call it a day. It's going to be a great weekend, but Jesus is Lord. It's almost 9. Well, it's Friday. On ball. YouTube. So I went to Redomi Republic. I have to switch to Busui Oris. All right. Evans Bayefa says, keep up the good work. Those who want to learn will always grow. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Really appreciate it. Mr. Lagunjo Emmanuel Ayobode says, okay, you're responding to Tuku says, Ikere people, whatever Ikere people say they are, is who they are. I don't fight people over their identity. A lot of insults on YouTube. Please, I want to know the history books. We mentioned the titles. Please, if you listen again, you see the titles. There are many. All right. Someone said it was the Igbo's ambition to, It was the Igbo's ambition to dominate everybody, and we had some Yorubas who joined them to support their plan without knowing their exact aim. You are very correct, Mr. Lagunjo, and it's the truth. A lot of the Yoruba people, a lot of us who are very enthusiastic and always shouting, oh, it doesn't really matter, we're all one Nigeria, we're very naive. I think we have the most naive people in Nigeria. And I've had some interactions with some of them, like, these guys know what they're talking about. But those of us, we're always speaking English. So we have to keep up with the reality. So thank you very much, Mr. Lagunju, for that comment. Some of us will blindly support, and we are being honest, though. It's not like we're bad. We think everybody is good, right? We think everybody has the same ambition. So we're supporting people thinking that, oh, it's just to help them. And there's nothing wrong in helping people, but you have to also understand motives and intentions. So you don't become like they call them, useful idiot. That would not be our portion. Mimi Joseph says, they say Yorubas are betrayers when they are the betrayers. Zeke betrayed his peers and allowed their massacre by his kinsmen. Ifajina betrayed Memalari, his boss, who ran to him in trust. Thank you very much, Mimi Joseph. You're very correct. Absolutely. And I've said several times, a lot of things that you hear from certain people, right, in Nigeria, when they say things about, oh, Yoruba people are like this and everything, it's a confession. Every accusation is a confession. What you actually see is projection. And it's a mental condition. It's a mental condition. I'll call you who I am to disarm you while they are busy wondering if you are who I say you are. I take advantage of what you have. That's what's happening. So they call you something, not because you are that thing. They are that thing. But you are wondering, like, am I this or not? Am I? And then you are trying to prove to them that you are not what they called you, even though you clearly are not what they called you. But while you are busy proving, they take advantage. It's a tactic that has worked, but it shouldn't work on us anymore. And it's important that when they say you will betray people, in Nigeria's history, the ones who call people traitors are the traitors. That's what history has shown us. Not me, history. Evans Bayefa says Ojukwu himself regretted the civil war in 1966 before passing away. Civil war 67 to 70. Yes. We have a lot of people insulting me on my show. Olagunju Emmanuel says it was like Kensarewa supported the Igbos wholeheartedly from the things you wrote in the book you are reading. So, Mr. Olagunju, not really. So, sorry, so people are doing fireworks. Their own December started last week. So, it happens. Where was I? It's not like he supported Igbos. The deeper we go in this book, you start to see that the tone changed. But the truth of the matter is that he was respectful towards them. And he was gracious, right? He didn't want to blame them for stuff. So here's the dilemma, right? And it's still the dilemma today, right? You're trying to separate the leaders from the people. Fair enough. Like, your leaders did this. But here's a conundrum. The people then tell you that the leaders were right, or that you cannot blame their leaders even if the leaders did the worst things, which now gives you a new conclusion that the people and the leaders are one. Therefore, your delineation was unnecessary. That is the reality. I mean, to give grace, you must, unless you won't just hate people for no reason. You, in the beginning, you have to delineate. This is what the leaders did. Doesn't mean the people are like that. But the more you go into it, the more you discover that the culture of the people produced the leaders. And that's the reason the people will speak up and say, you cannot touch our leader. Therefore, you know that they are all the same. There will be exceptions. But again, exceptions justify the rule. Right? The rule is that everybody, it's a cultural issue. It's not an individual thing. It's not like, oh, this person is bad. It's a cultural thing. For instance, to say, let me give an example. Especially because the clown that's laughing in the comment section.
1948, Zeke had a problem with folks in Yoruba and in Lagos.
1948, Zeke had a problem with folks in Yoruba and in Lagos. When I say Lagos, by the way, Lagos in 48 is not Lagos State. It's Lagos City. Lagos City Council, that's only Isaleko, Itafaji, Wasisale. That's Lagos. You had a problem with them.
They were having back and forth.
They were having, they were they were having back and forth in the media, right? Now, it got to a point, the Igbos wrote, the Igbos wrote that any attack against Zeke was an attack against Igbos, even though Zeke had misappropriated money. They had given them £13,000 to go to the UK in 47, right? They got back and folks had to ask for accounting, like, how did you do this money? Zeke then said, after all, £9,000 of the £13,000 came from the Eastern region. That doesn't matter. We are all in the same party, NCNC. Give us accounting. Till tomorrow, we don't have the accounting. So that issue now became, of course, snowballed into something else, but it was about Zeke. It wasn't about his ethnicity. His ethnicity then said, it's an attack against all of us. Which comment section? Somebody just came in right now. I muted the other one. There's no want of Jankariwo, but it is well. You have a people who just think if you mention a person from their place who has done something wrong, you have insulted the whole race. So what that tells you is this. What you are witnessing is not the action of an individual, it's a culture of a group. And what to do in that situation is not is to, number one, understand it, but you can't change anything. You can't do anything about the situation. The only people that can do something about that situation is people in that group. They are the ones who decide if their culture would change. They're the ones who will decide if they're going to evolve. You can't do anything about it, apart from ensuring that you and the rest of folks in your space understand the evolutionary pattern that you are watching. You are the guest, you're a spectator. You're also watching the evolutionary pattern and the evolutionary level of a particular group. There's nothing you can do about it. And for the other people, I know you can't hear me because you're already cursing me out in the comment section. God bless you. The point is just that you are retarded. So you are not able to think at the same level as a regular human being. So that's why you'll be writing this nonsense in the comment section. But God, get well soon. Okay. Where were we again? It is happening. Someone says it is still happening here even now. E.g., Federal Medical Center, Meta, Igbos dominated the place because it was initially railway hospital, and they continue to dominate the place after turning MMC. There are no lies in this. You are very, very correct. I even have documents to prove what you just said right now. So you are 100% correct, Mr. Lagunju Emmanuel. There are people, the entire place was taken over. Again, the reason, and maybe we should also explain the reason very quickly. Very quickly. You'll find this in the book, The Educated Elites in the Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayondele. Here's where the problem started. A lot of folks in the South, a lot of folks from Igbo land back in the 40s, back in the late 30s actually, but mostly in the 40s, 50s, 60s, a lot of them went to school based on communal effort, right? Which is good. So they will put money together. By the way, if you remember what happened in 1953, the community had put money together to send certain young people to school in the US. And Forizu took the money. We have not found the money since. He went to jail, by the way, for stealing that money. And guess who ensured he got a pardon? Your guess is as good as mine. Zeke. That was in 53, but that was not even to this point. The point is that they will put money together to send young people to school. So when those people go back after studying abroad, whether I was in the US, mostly US, excuse me, mostly US, but some UK as well. After returning, they would then have to either pay back or pay back in such a way that you fix your people up. That communal mindset. So it was good to sponsor somebody to go to school, but it was clannish in the sense that now that you are here, everybody around you want to fix them up.
It doesn't belong to you.
That mindset may seem good, but the point is that thing is not yours to give. It doesn't belong to you. There are different levels of collectivity in Nigeria. There's a Yoruba collective.
I cannot give away because I'm in Nigeria.
But there's a Nigerian collective. What is not mine, I cannot give away because I'm in Nigeria. And I have the opportunity to hold on to power in that moment. Because if I move anyhow and I misuse that opportunity, at a meal, at our team will help, everybody will be dispossessed of whatever advantages they have, which is what happened to the Igbos. But in truth, they did that because then there was now a new plan, which was now more cynical. Sorry, I can't take anymore. Iroko, you're even bearing a Yoruba name. I see you insulting me. I can't take anymore. Go and tell your father the rest. Yeah? God bless you. Where was I?
Was the plan to now
the one that's actually more sinister, not cynical, sinister, was the plan to now dominate the country. And it was hatched by Igbo National Congress in 1944. That combined, by the way, that statement that Oyema made in 45 confirms what they were planning in 44. And the document from 64 confirmed that they've been doing for 20 years. And what they did in 66 confirmed that they had a window to ensure that what they were supposed to accomplish in 69, they accomplished in 2 years. But we can have another session to discuss it. So there are two sides to it. On one hand, you can see the thing of, oh, I want to help my people. But on the other hand, you actually see the real intention to dominate the space. And it's not it's not your territory. It belongs to the collective, the country, not the group. So the issue is clannish mindset, and the reason for that is evolution, cultural issues. You have to evolve, but that's not me. If you think, by the way, this is not an insult to anybody, and I'm trying to make sure that it comes across in a way that people can get it. But if you don't get it, don't forget about it. You will still get it. Lastly, I think I've read it. I don't want to read the other things, please. Thank you, Evans Bayefa. Good to see you. All right, I don't want to read. I mean, I don't know why people are always cursing, but I think I know why. It's because you know there's nothing to say to counter. You can try, but you can't because you don't have the capacity. Anyway, everybody will be fine. We're calling it a day. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Everybody who came up to speak, everyone in the comment section who liked, who shared, who tapped, who cheered. Thank you very much. Let me clap for everybody. Thank you for being a good sport. All right, Eshio, God bless you. Or made you okay for everybody. Thank you very much. Do have a lovely weekend. But before we go, like we always do, we're going to play the anthems. The Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. We're going to make it very quick. Thank you for that gift, Ferrari. God bless you. All right. We're going to listen to our anthems and then we'll see Monday, 4 p.m. if we're time West African time. Let's make it a date. Please check out Radio Republic on YouTube. Watch the video, like, share. Thank you. Let's push it up. And also check the videos on Busui Oris on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. God bless you. Here's the Nigerian anthem. After this, we're going to have the Yoruba anthem. Take a listen. Again, sing the song. Sing along if you know the lyrics. If you don't, please learn the lyrics. God bless you.
I don't think you heard the song. Sorry. Someone tells me you're not hearing. You didn't hear it. Okay.
I don't think you heard the song. Sorry. Someone tells me you're not hearing. You didn't hear it. Okay, Mambo. I think you should be able to hear it now. Let's start again.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, the tribe and
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ni wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere lágbára ọlọ́run ọgbà ẹni tẹ́ fi fún ni àbùkù ni ti àbùdí ni tolókun àbùdí ni ti ọlọ́sàn.
Thank you very much for being part of today's session. All right. So I don't know what you had. Thank you very much for being part of today's session.
All right. So I don't know what you heard, Cha, but thank you very much for being part of today's session. And I will pray again that ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwòkọ́ṣe la jẹ́ Ọlọ́run sọ wá di ẹrù ẹ̀yìn nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé ayọ̀rí sí rere o mo sọ pé lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ mo sọ pé àwa tá a wà ní ìdálẹ̀ àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn odi ẹ máa rírì òkò kó délé o ẹ ní gbọ́ láburú pàkọ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lé ẹni gbọ́ ròyìn ìbànújẹ́ àwọn náà ní gbọ́ láburú sí yín o àwa tá a wà nílé ilé òní lé wa ọ̀nà òní náà wà ànírógùn gbàngbà mi ọ̀gànjọ́ dáadáa la máa gbọ́ sí ara wa o nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere lágbára Ọlọ́run lẹ́yìn bó ní bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́ we'll go from grace to grace, from one level of glory to another level of glory, and things will work in our country. I pray that we will be the solutions to the problems that we have in Nigeria that will make things better in our generation. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Aorirani Ojo Aje. Have a fantastic weekend. Please again check out the YouTube channels Busui Oris and Redomi Republic and support us by using the bank details or reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris. Thank you very much. Have a lovely, lovely weekend. God bless you. Odaro. Bye-bye. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.